say why you're a stranger now. Your eyes escape mine when I sit you down. Don't you feel like we're holding on onto a fairy tale, but the magic's gone? Been months of buffing the bushes and faking the butterflies. Wake up, yeah, I'm kicking the castle down. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time to go. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time to go. Kinda missing how we kicked it off. Always in overdrive, now the feeling's lost. Blind to notice, we've been losing touch. Long gone fairy tale, yeah, we killed the rush. Been months of acting a fiction and staging a baptize. Wake up, yeah, I'm kicking the castle down. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time to talk. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time to talk.
Hello.
Yo, yo.
Hello. You're right. A bit of a long intro there, but just let me get all the bits together. How are we?
Yeah, not too bad, not
feel
too
like I
shabby.
need
Thanks,
to,
how are you?
I feel like I need to write you a new theme tune.
Well, I've been asking you for you to do that.
Yeah. Well, it's like, this is like tech work in a modern day. You ask a producer for a track and you want it back within a week. You get it back within a year, and it's not what you want. So that's what it fucking feels like.
Well, you want to write me some better music, mate? I have to work
Sing the theme tune.
with whatever copyright-free stuff I can muster, because YouTube likes to, just take your video down if you use anything that's remotely connected to any type of song that's out there.
Yeah, copyright and all that jazz.
So,
I'm trying to. I've got different synths and different equipment to do it, but I've started getting more cinematic samples, so I can give you some real over dramatic film type score type stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like impact moments, sci-fi moments, action movie moments.
people think there's like going to be like a battlefield opening up and there's going to be explosions everywhere, and it's just our ugly mugs.
This is three tools talking about airsoft for the next 3 hours. Oof, right.
How are we? How was Christmas?
Yeah. Josh. I always we don't ever hear anything from you, Josh, because I usually
Just heavy breathing normally. before he disconnects.
Yeah, nah, Christmas was alright. Didn't really do much, just chilled at home, had some food, got fatter. That's about it, really. How about you guys?
James, over to you.
Normal Christmas, just not as much family time. One day,
Yeah.
it's depressing, but it is what it is. And we all knew this situation was going to get worse coming out of Christmas, didn't we? Everyone's like, "Oh my god, I can't believe we're going into tier 4." Really? You couldn't see that coming?
Oh, we've had a double promotion down here. We went from tier 1 to tier 2 to tier 3 now. Well, as of, 3 hours time with tier 3? Tiers are changing once again.
I posted my Christmas day all up on Facebook because I was a lonely tosser. So I left my ex-girlfriend's house because she's a fed she was working, and I didn't want to spend it all on my own. So I jumped in my car about 2:00 and I went for this massive 2-3 hour drive, ended up on the coast, and then I got stopped down a spiritual moment. And I watched this paraglider paragliding around the beach in the coastal side of the North Devon. I thought, that's the best thing to do on Christmas Day, and get away from the kids, get away from the annoying family and relatives, jump in your paraglider and have a mooch around. And then I just kept driving. I didn't get home until about midnight, and got home, phoned my cousin up, had a couple of whiskeys at midnight, and that was it. My Christmas was done. I got 2 presents. One was a whiskey glass saying "Merry Christmas, Budget Deadpool," and this was like a girl I was dating, and I used to turn up in the stream dressed in full airsoft gear. And the first thing she turned around and said, "You look like a budget Deadpool." And I thought, it's not going anywhere after that. And then the other one was this war sign, which was. Do you wear red
airsoft gear then?
I wear anything for you, babe.
No.
Well, when I do come down and see you, I want to see some red leather.
Listen, I told you, you get free subscription to my OnlyFans account. You do.
Where's my login then? Where's my login?
Cool, right, I'll let you log in, babe.
Let's talk more action.
Wow. So you're tuned into Airsoft Sex Anonymous, where
could you imagine?
Oh, there's Ryan on Arabs. Ryan, Andy, how's the bum? It's fine. It's lovely. Oh, I did have a bit of a Christmas present.
Hey.
It's what I got.
It's a Christmas present to himself.
No, yeah, it's a Christmas present for myself because I'm the only person that likes me. So, and I basically got this, which is a Black & Decker cordless pubic hair hoover. It's amazing. Shave all the pubes off. No, it's I'll do this little shameless plug here. It is Ryan Jones from Backcountry Workshop, providing the best kydex money can buy. And we waited about 3 or 4 months for the Sig Sauer P320 official mold to do kydex come through. And I left this with him. It's been ready for a little while, but I thought I'd go and pick it up. I think it was a couple of days, or yesterday it might have been. And basically, it's the kydex holster, which is really nice. I've got the thing to put it on my chest, the Serpa mount. And then it's the Sig M117 with the extra battery bit at the bottom there. It looks like... Oh, is that broke already? No, bollocks. Anyway, yeah.
There's a comment here. Good evening, gentlemen, and Josh.
So, I was just thinking that, Rich.
Insinuating you're not a gentleman.
Apparently so, cheeky fuck.
Oh, is that lovely gentle giant that comes into the shop and he pumps thousands into you, keep giving him duff guns.
Evening, Rich.
I think Nikki Taylor has summed it up here, and that is pretty much the essence of what this show's going to be, because it's New Year's Eve. None of us can go anywhere. Well, I don't know about Josh. Josh might be able to nip to Tesco still, maybe. but for us mere mortals living in tier 4 zones, we can't do anything at the moment. But yeah.
Well, I can tell you what I'm bringing to the table today. So I've got the results from the infamous Arabs Awards ceremony, and I've got the results. I'm positive. No, I've got the results. But the problem is, it cost me 60 quid to translate all of the results into like a graph and a winning form and all this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read them out like a live election results, like counting as they go. So yeah, and straight away the first question was on the Arab ceremony thing, which I ballsed up because some of them weren't even proper voting questions. It was, is airsoft shit? Or and obviously everybody put, yeah, it is. But it was, who has been the most controversial shop owner in 2020? And we had 71 people answered the question, and 29 people decided to skip. So I'm not going to say who it is because I'll have to go for it. But you guys, who do you think was the most controversial? And you're both shop owners, and you can't skirt away from answering this because you want to be people about it. Who can't say that? Because it's like, yeah,
so we need to base our answer on the mentality of those that are in Arabs, yeah.
No, I think
And that's
Arabs
me included.
I think Arabs is a true reflection of the airsoft community. We're just a smaller portion of it.
I think, honestly,
Dave's custom airsoft 100%. I ain't even gonna fucking feel with that.
People are already putting it in the comments. DCA, Dave.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, they're coming up.
DCA.
Okay. If somebody wants to count this out, then.
Or it could be Milspec.
All I can tell you
It
that
could be Milspec, yeah.
Well, there is one. There is 1, 2, 3. Oh God. 4, 5, 6. 6. There are only 6, 7, 8, 9.
Were you counting?
No, there are 9 nominations.
Oh, okay.
So, however, there are 2 clear people that occupy most of those nominations. So,
It'll be DCM Milspec, I would have thought, but that'll be because of like the SA85 and things and more the memes than anything.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
you know
say they're
what,
necessarily toxic or anything.
I've done this so wrong, man. This is more wrong than the last like Trump election. Do you know what I mean? It's like,
not counting
It's their election fraud, is it?
yeah, we've got dead airsofters that have sent in votes about having that.
Did you watch on Netflix Death to 2020?
I've heard it was bollocks, and I didn't want to watch it because everybody said it was crap.
I saw the trailer and asked about it.
Some of it's so funny. You
Okay,
got to take it as like a bit of a tongue-in-cheek humour, but
right. So the nominations are DCA, Milspec,
There
right?
we go. Yeah.
Nick Woodhead. Which
He had a bit of a bother, didn't he?
Airsoft
Imports.
Airsoft Imports. The other one is Camerades. I never, ever would have expected to see Camerades in there.
To be fair, Splatoon.
Yeah, Luke Dobson is in there, which I reckon he's voted for that himself.
Guaranteed.
Let's see what else is there. One surprise for me. Well, somebody put Vulcan. I don't know, but Special Airsoft Supplies there in there. Extreme Airsoft.
Yeah.
Big is Extreme Airsoft. I mean, Chris and I can't remember the other guy's name, but they're a good crew down there. I mean, somebody's just having one bad experience and have decided.
Is it Lee Vickers.
Lee and Chris.
Whitaker, isn't it? Or was it Vickers?
So it's Lee Vickers.
Okay, so Milspec 1, Milspec 2, Dave 1. I can't even know how to do this. So I'm just going to rattle through it and you'll get the picture. There's Milspec, Dave, Milspec, Dave, GHK Fade Lips, which is obviously Milspec, that GHK bloke, yeah, Milspec, Dave Taylor, or DCA, Nick Woodhead, he only got 1 vote, gotta be Dave, Milspec, Dave, Milspec, DCA, Dave's Custom Airsoft, DCA, Milspec, DCA, Dave's Custom Airsoft. And a lot of people put some really horrible insults after that, and I'm not going to read those out. DCA, Milspec, DCA, because he's a DCA, the bloke who shut down after being told he was a twat for being a twat, is that?
Milspec. That was his Facebook page, yeah.
Oh, I don't think about Bundy for taking him off. Just send me a tracer unit. You do live out of Botswana. GHK Feed Lips, which is Milspec. Miguel of Camerades. Not Camerades, Miguel of Camerades. DCA, Luke Negative. The shop that went a bit crazy about some lips. Okay. Milspec.
They don't even know who it is. They just know what went down.
Yeah. Steptoe. I don't know who anybody else Steptoe is meant to be. The only one who ever gets discussed, Dave, JBBJ. Don't know who the bloody hell that is. Dave.
Just BB guns, yeah.
Okay, Dave. Dave Milspec. Dave.
He's going to be in bed tonight in his seat going, Dave Milspec.
Dave Milspec, still Vulcan, Special Airsoft Supplies, DCA, Dave, the Felix guy, Extreme Airsoft Dave, Milspec, GHK Feedlips, me, Dave Milspec, and last but not least, Mark Woolley. So I think we call that it is Dave, but I think we call it a draw. Oh shit!
So who won it?
Dave won it by the sounds of it, and then with a close second and Milspec.
Listen, he won it so hard that
decision.
Biden's moving out the office to make room for it. We've just taken a vote from all the colleges in the whole of the USA. We've just put Dave Taylor in as president of the United States of Airsoft. There you go.
Milspec Dave's Custom Solutions.
Dave Milspec. Dave Custom Milspec Solutions. No, it's got to be Miguel and Dave's Custom Milspec Solutions. Oh god.
What was the question again? Most controversial.
I don't know. I was just saying his name. No, it was the most controversial shop owner in 2020. There was 10 categories. I'm not gonna chew the whole shop unless you want to go through the rest of it because there was some crackers on here as well. So we'll do one more. Yeah, let me just go. We'll do one more. And I'll go and get a beer because I'm going to need it after this. I think I'll just shit myself again. Oh.
He's going to be rolling in his sleep tonight.
Oh dear me. Oh shit.
Is he getting a beer as he shit himself?
Oh god. Okay, so
that was question number 1. What's next?
Okay, so what has been the most controversial airsoft site of 2020?
Ooh. That could be a couple, couldn't it? There's been a few which have had the headlines, so to speak.
Is it the one? It's got to be the one where the kid didn't know how to chrono or how chrono works.
Dog tag. It would either be dog tag. It could be Driverwood. They had a few issues. So did 01 though. If you think 01 tried to open up in the first lockdown. So there's a few contenders for this one.
Oh, I think the thing about the 01 was when Joe Skillings launched. If you ever go and if you've got on Joe Skillings' private, his rants are extraordinary. He used to be on Facebook quite a lot, but he went in on 01, and quite rightly so. But
a few people did, yeah.
Okay, so because of a tight-fisted git, and I wasn't spending a couple of £100 to do this survey. Only 100 people are allowed to attempt to answer it. On this one, 70 answered and then 30 skipped. So, in all honesty, people in Arabs have got some level of diplomacy, or they just couldn't read, or they've not played airsoft.
Didn't understand the question.
So they went through. Thought, oh god! But the other questions in my GCSE. So, what has been the most controversial airsoft site of 2020? The first question was any site that Kicking Mustang plays at, and they didn't say Kicking Mustang. They used one of these, you spin up the words or something.
Yeah, it's a bit of a slur.
Yeah, flicking custard, whatever they decided to come up with. So, any site that Kicking Mustang plays at, okay, but I'll read it out. Sure, there was one at Ground Zero for some kind of shitstorm at some point. That shit show Jade ran.
Echo 13, yeah.
Yeah. Do you know, but the name of that woman who runs it may or may not have a pedestrian path, something I don't know.
Echo 13, yeah, that's Jade's again.
Okay.
No, look, the answers where they don't know the answer, but they just know what's happened. Yeah. So they just explain what's gone down.
Here we go. Anzio, Dogwood, which can only think is like a combination of dog tag and driverwood.
Yeah.
Dogwood.
Which one is it?
Either way, Dogwood, and just think about this little lipstick popping out of this little furry foreskin. Phoenix Airsoft, not sure, unsure. Dog balls or dog tags, whatever they call it. It's Driverwood that wanted to try to open up during the first lockdown. Thing is about Driverwood, I've heard that place is like the Hilton. And there's a guy called Ashley.
The site looks banging, to be fair.
Yeah, it's got Ashley. I can't remember his name. Ashley Ballington or something. I met him
I
at.
think Carlo's joined us.
Let's say again.
I think Carlo's joined us. Let me just add him in.
Carl, you there? Oh, there we go.
Breaking records now.
Yeah.
Hey, here he is. So basically, we had. Is it Driverwood? Now, Driverwood. A lot of people have come up to me personally said, in actual fact, it's like the Hilton Hotel of airsoft safe zones and a really good site. The most controversial airsoft site. Somebody's put Nefgate, and I don't quite think whether they thought that was an airsoft site or not. Ground Zero, Rack 2 Airsoft, Apocalypse, Driverwood, Kill House. That really shit one. The mall. That one that tried to open up in lockdown, but I've forgotten the name of, which could be any of them. Dog Tag,
Yeah.
Phoenix, UCAP, Z Adventures, Soft Z Mart. Wow. If somebody put that, I think that might be a bit educated in the sense that they tried to open and they've had shit from the council. So I don't think they're being controversial because the site's controversial, but they had some crap with the council. Ground Zero, Strike Force. I'm not heard anything bad about Strike Force. Cardiff Airsoft. I do remember some crap earlier on in the year about Cardiff Airsoft. I think they were trying to open up again during there. Phoenix and that one on public land. Well,
Are we going to talk about that or not?
Yeah, Airsoft Europe. So people. So what I think it's what people use. Arrows
They can't
for.
read, can they?
Yeah, well, I think they're trying to just use the group and now the poll as a way of expressing their dissatisfaction with certain things in the airsoft community, and have just jumped the gun. So it's what has been the most controversial Nefgate. What has been twat, you know what I mean?
Nefgate.
Ground Zero. Any allow that kicking Mustang in. Ground Zero. Jay Bromfield's attempt at a site. Wow. Anyone who opened in spite of lockdowns, or I don't know, not any. Splatoon, Phoenix, Luke Dobson, Negative Airsoft. You know that's Luke. He's just nominating himself. Ground Zero. The one that hasn't yet to ban kicking Mustang. Oh God. Driverwood, the one with no iPro and Marshall. Which one was that one?
That was Dog Tag.
Dog Tag. GZ.
I ticked every box I did.
The Mardy T-Nook with the site on public land. See what I did there, James? See what I did? T-Nook. Didn't do it. There you go. I don't know. Probably Scotland or something.
No, it's Viking chat, honestly.
Yeah.
It is a Viking word.
The UCAT one that banned Speedsoft, which is obviously Andy. Anzio, NAE. Oh, okay. Rift.
That's Ground Zero, yeah.
I don't see how Rift could be the most controversial site. It's probably one of the most professionally run sites anywhere on the planet. Everywhere in CA, obviously that's California anyway. Obviously, we're starting to get some like US people in there. Anzio, Cardiff, Delta 13, Anzio.
What I'd like to know is how much.
The F-wits up north can't remember their name. So anybody north of Watford, you're not wanted. The one that employ children who chrono hot guns and say add 2 meters to your minimum engagement instead.
How do you get away with that?
Project X, whichever one flouted player safety the most. Well, I don't know, how do you measure that? You know what I mean? You're going to get like ATB auditors coming around like, okay, we're going to spot check here just to make sure abiding by the rules. Me, I don't know. Ground Zero, Absolute Airsoft. It's a difficult one, that is. And I can't be asked to count them. So you're going to have to call the results. Is it Dog Tag?
I'm going with Dog Tag. That was a right shit show, that was, wasn't it?
That really was, yeah.
Because how could that go on for so long and nobody actually step up and say, yeah, maybe this isn't right?
Mate, it's the same reason why people watch Jimmy Savile finger blast a load of people for 30 years and kept their career. Do you know what I mean? They're just because he didn't pay him to do anything about it. That's something you blush. But you've answered your own question, and why do people overlook these things? Because it doesn't pay them to do anything about it. So,
do you reckon the Americans, the few that we do get in the Arabs group, just like peek the headings and just look in and go, "What the fuck is going on in here?" Because there's a bit of like a language difference, anyway, isn't there? But then Arab is like that special corner where all the special children get put, and it's just like, you know, we're not putting you in here for your own safety. We're putting you in here for everyone else's safety.
Yeah, I'm not locked up in here with you. I'm locked up in here with me.
You imagine being a lone American just wandering.
There's a few that are just.
Going on.
There are a few that are just like really polite, and they were raised properly, and then there's the rest of them that are just. I like the cut of your jib. Please give me more.
Yeah. I think that guy who doesn't like people that like being mentioned on Arabs, like he on his threads, he talks about the UK airsoft community, and then the Americans chime in, and obviously in some mil sims they are playing 400 FPS on 0.3s and rare tear. But there's another step up to that. Like if you look at in Czechoslovakia or look in Russia, and I think the Russians are using like BBs laced with Novichok, and obviously. You've seen what they were using. They were using those laser engravers for tattooing.
Was there one on the other side inscribing Baldric into each BB?
I use Jefovich. 0.3 Novichok BBs. If you don't take your hit now, you die 7 days later. Yeah, and Brazil. So I think if there's going to be tears for it, and if people try and say, "Oh, the UK airsoft scene is really soft compared to the States," Russia steps in, Czechoslovakia steps in, and then at the top of it, it's Brazil going, nah, we use glass and lead BBs. Yeah. But that's how they managed to get the cartels down in Brazil. Using illegal airsoft hit squad teams.
It goes to say something though, where we look at like the Americans full autoing each other like kids in the back of the head with like DSG builds and such, and just like some proper crazy behaviour, and then they look at the UK airsoft scene and go, "Wow, you guys are fucked up."
Yeah, but most countries look at the UK and go, "Yeah, that place is fucked up."
Yeah.
Who the fuck would want to live here? It's not like the weather's shit 9 months of the year, and the 2 days of sun we do get disappears in half an hour. So,
I don't know, but I think I think we've got it just right here. Do you know what I mean? I think we're just nail on head. Airsoft is a game of moaning and underappreciating sportsmanship and moaning that your gun's not working. That's what it is. And it's about shooting each other's patch and then drilling somebody in the lower spine.
Burning a patch.
With an HPA gun. Me personally, I love nothing more than ramping my HPA gun up to 45 rounds per second and then just shooting small children in the lower spine because of burnt an Arabs patch. I take no greater pleasure in just like causing disability in young kids for that matter. Yeah. Because that's what we do in the States, isn't it? It's all celebrated,
Wherever floats you go,
Yeah. Look, do you want to crack on with the survey and kind of
keep going.
Yeah.
Right. So if anybody's still tuning in late, I ran a mock Arabs award ceremony and a Moni MONA. See what I dare play on words. And obviously, I must have done the survey when I was drinking because some of it's just kind of incoherent shit, which is no news for me. Okay, so the next question on there. Well, so just to recap, the most controversial shop owner in 2020 was Dave's Customs Feed Lips, and what has been the most controversial airsoft site of 2020 was Dogwood Zero Soft. Okay, what was the worst airsoft product of 2020? Let's have some guesses. What do you reckon? What do you reckon some of the nominations were? The worst
Norwich
of 2020.
Dave's SA80. I'd say those two, and maybe the SSG one.
Jim, what do you reckon? The worst. Actually, you might have some insight from this because, like, you stock 20,000 of the worst airsoft products on the
Oh. Is that banter or them fighting words?
I phased out because I was like replying to some comments, and then I come back and he was like griefing me. So what was you saying?
Oh shit. So I want James's opinion. So I'm going to take that back here because when me and you were doing our first stream, I said this about your shop, which was you decided not to go bottom end, but you certainly didn't want to have like a complete TM fest and a load of systemas, and you went for that middle affordable range, which was workable and pliable. So you must have come across some dog shit, but you must have come across some great stuff. So if you had to call what was the worst airsoft product of 2020, whether it's come through your distribution channels or not and landed on your site, or whether you've seen that, heard about it and gone, don't want anything to do with that, that's rabies, what would you reckon it is?
Ooh. Oh, there's so many. Where do I start? One's got to be that Novrich trying to change the size of BBs.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Was just doomed to fail from the start. It's like he almost got like this biggest full size potato on his shoulder. He went straight past Chip and just got the potato. It was like, oh, I'm just going to make everyone buy my shit now. I'm going to make some BBs that you can only get from me. You know what I mean? It was just a bit.
What's it called? Full thrust, wasn't it?
A full thrust as well. Like you just, oh god,
what a fucking name!
If that ain't got sexual connotations,
I think as soon as he announces, people can put in the comments like full thrush kit.
Full thrush kit. It's canister Novrich.
Comes with a little sachet of yeast as well.
Someone agrees with me. That bigger BB thing from Novrich. So yeah.
Right,
I don't know what the worst airsoft product.
Yeah. I tell you on this note, James. I tell you what. Amanda's ghillie suit that she's wearing now, which is blending quite nicely into the back. That's brilliant. That's fucking amazing. That is.
Yeah, she's got that old Harry Potter cloak of invisibility on at the moment.
Awesome. Well, you're
I'll take it off in a minute, and you'll be able to see her.
While you're thinking about it, Josh, if you go into your shop, half of your wall is again middle to upper range. Steve Simmons, the EDL pistol.
I was going to say that.
Oh yeah.
Shit. Wow.
I forgot that thing existed.
Okay.
So what's some of the things that you've got on your list?
I just want to hear what Josh has got to say. Come on, Josh. You're as a retailer, you must get pushed some crap that's come through the door and gone, I'd rather have had dog shit. What's the worst product you've had that you've seen for 2020?
Oh, I know one actually.
Go on and spit it.
No,
Neutral, Novrich. Vorsk pistols are trash. I'm sorry. If some people will have great experience with them, the ones I've seen have been absolutely horrendous in material quality.
I agree with that.
That SSG one was very controversial.
That's a perfect analogy of getting a piece of shit and just rolling it in as much glitter that you can find.
100%, yeah.
What's wrong with that? It makes me a quick buck. Why don't people understand this? I cut corners everywhere.
But it did make him a quick buck, yeah.
That's so many corners to your fucking circle.
When you guys pick your nose, you just roll it like that so it gets nice and fucking.
It's elongated. Yeah.
This ain't going to be a new thing, is it? Every stream you start picking your fucking nose.
Oh yes, we noticed that.
I watched back the last stream like towards the end because you do miss stuff what goes on, and it was just Andy fucking picking bogies out.
Oh, you got a bat in the cave, mate.
Right, okay, let's run through this. So,
yeah, I did have.
James,
what was I thinking of now?
Yours is the Vorsch pistol, and then the 6.3 BBs from Canister Novrich.
I'd say either Vorsk or something to do with Novrich.
I do have one. The CNC hop unit for the ASG Evo.
Yeah.
What a load of
very good.
God's bollocks was that? And not only that, they wanted you to sell your product, which they said the gun was amazing in the first place. This gun's amazing. You don't need to upgrade it. It comes fully upgraded from the factory. But hang on a minute. You can buy a CNC hop unit that looks like it's been machined with a really cheap cheese grater from Lidl. And then we're going to charge you 80 quid for it. 80 fucking quid for a hop unit? Jesus.
You're not paying for the you're paying for the service.
And not only then...
It tastes like Will Greenwood's semen. It's brilliant.
Not only then, it was so horrendous to set the thing up that they had to do an in-depth guide because it was so complicated on how it works. He had to change his discs out. Fuck off. And then I tell you what, I was laughing. I was being a proper keyboard warrior, typing loads of shit, like, throwing a load of shit at them. And then Max Model come out with like, oh yeah, we're doing a CNC hop unit that looked absolutely just glorious. Dead simple to use. And it was like, what, nearly half the price?
Well,
yeah.
There you go.
And it was just like, Max Model were just like, come at me, bro.
Right, let's go through this then. So, in this one, It was 100 people could answer the questions. 69 answered. So at this stage, from the 71, 70 and to the 69, people are already getting bored of answering questions to a poll that they've signed
lost a
up
couple.
to do. That's democracy for you. 31 skipped. So in no particular order, these were the nominations. The Art 9, Coronavirus, DCA's £21,000 MG21, the muzzle flash tracer, Mass G. The fuck? What's Mass G? MASG? What's that?
Oh, the rechargeable grenade that's supposed to have come out like 5 years ago.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Any shitty impact grenade. Those stupid mini
Sit on the
grenades.
floor.
I brought a set of UA Taylor ridge boots. Utter shite. Okay. The Art 9. That's shitty HPA G&G bollocks. Different colored
the
Evos.
SSG one.
Different coloured Evos, still shit guns get prettier. KWA Ronin 47, the SSG 96, anything 3D printed, the SA80 A3 from Dave's Custom Airsoft, the SSG 96, the Wee Browning High Power. I know who put that in. That was Luke.
Yeah, he did not like those, did he?
Which was it?
The Wee Browning High Power. He had two come through. And it was just
The new
mags wouldn't stay in. It wouldn't cycle.
Yeah.
We've had
the QC was just off.
We had loads of issues. I think pretty much majority of the ones that we sold, the valve knockers broke. We had to send them back.
Okay. Yo, Manda, Andy, big fan.
Hey, yo.
Can't hear you. She ain't got headphones on.
Okay.
Hi.
Anything
Yeah,
average? Snap banger grenades. I thought that was like a headline for Pornhub then. Snap banger grenades.
Oh, that's the Thunder Snap impact things.
Those shite 50p 3D printed bangs that get sold for a tenner.
Yeah, the Thunder Snap things.
TM for another year of no next generation recoil shock or gas blowback MP5. Anything like an AR, anything that's non-HPA, that's definitely you. You put that in there, ain't you, Josh? The GBLS, the AK series, just threw up in my mouth a little. Too many to mention. The Wee Browning Mark III, any Novrich gun. Tectonic Atom, any Novrich. Mini grenades from Tectonic. Lockdown airsofters. Is that those people that were like doing the videos where they were like changing their guns and stuff and like just around the house?
Yeah.
Medieval tactical warrior helmet.
And you took your cloak off.
Tectonics, Army armaments, the modified P2000, G&G SSG, Luke negative airsoft, tactical dildo, 40 Mike Novrich, toss up between SSG and the Browning, anything Novrich, Maz G, anything marketed at Speedsofters, anything Novrich range, Dave's Custom Airsoft, SSG, anything related to some Thunder Snaps, PTSE PM1s, Kraken Hop Unit, anything starting with SSG, G&G SSG, that god awful M4, Tokyo Tornado Grenade, that 3K SA80, Tectonics Innovation Atom, Novrich Shite, DCAA3, Battle Axe, anything HP Gay, Dave's Customs Guns, SSG, something Nov made, me, Browning High Power, G&G SSG, GHG Feed Lips, question mark and Bosch. I think that's a tie. It's a tie between.
I heard a lot.
There's about 4 contenders on that.
I'd say
DCA,
Tectonics,
SSG, and the impacts. Yeah.
Yeah. I reckon it's a joint first that these 3 products were all shit. The Tectonics.
Blockles. What's a blockle?
Is that like a cross between blokes who go to Cornwall and Devon, Grockles and blokes, Blockles? So I think it's a cross between Tectonics, the Browning High Power, and Novrich's products. So
yeah.
Okay, let's leave the Browning High Power out of it because it's a crap gun anyway. And anybody that wants one is probably 56 and has got arthritis, and they don't work as well as the gun anyway, so they can't say shit. The Tectonic stuff, I think anything that you throw that relies on a particular impact, that's always going to be a bit dodgy anyway. Do you know what I mean?
Who was it that clamped down on that? Was it Train Standards?
Yeah, on the Thunder Snaps, because they're technically fireworks.
Right, got you. So it's the knob. It comes down to the knob stuff. I'm going to leave the SSG because that gets too much boot.
I think when people say SSG, they mean the G&G paintball gun.
Oh, do they?
The SSG one, the Speedsoft gun.
Yeah, okay, so that was the worst airsoft product of 2020. Here, I'll tell you what. Here's the reason why some people might agree with that, and there's the phrase in it. Airsofters keep coming up with this clever justification of why they want to be wankers about something. And the thing about the SSG was, well, the whole reason why we got the VCR AU car put in place is so we can
that bollocks,
because of the immersion. And obviously, what they don't like is that the government might turn around and go, "Well, are you happy with your SSG one? So you might as well be happy with your other guns." But the fact is, if you still pull an SSG one out on a Fed, they shoot you all the same. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to go, hang on a second, lads, put your SIG MCX and your 300 blackout round down. This guy's got a G&G SSG. Definitely an airsoft gun. So I think it's getting a bit too much stick than it really needs to be deserved.
I'd agree with that, because it's still the only two main things which actually differ from that in comparison to a normal AR type is the blade trigger, the double blade trigger, and the drop stock. Pretty much everything else, I mean, the handguard's extremely thick.
Front end,
Yeah, but that's it. Apart from that, that is fundamentally still an M4, and it's so close to an M4 that would never pose any threat to the sport, in my opinion.
Okay. Amanda, what was the worst gift that you had off James? An airsoft gift this year from James. What was the one that made you went, "Oh yeah, thanks, James. I mean, I'm going out with somebody who owns an airsoft shop."
Hang on, you're implying that I bought something for Christmas.
We don't buy each other for Christmas, so
right.
Awkward, but
We used to.
I get access to anything.
Yeah, she just
any
says
time,
I want that. Normally the most expensive gun on the wall.
Really? No way. My ex is in the cupboard in half and just waiting for it to decompose.
If you got any bits left over, send them my way. I need a good meal.
A nice bottle of Chianti. So, I think it is the SSG, and it probably doesn't deserve it. But that was the
You know
worst
what?
product.
When I first saw the SSG one, I was like, "Oh, for God's sake! All the speedy boys are going to get in a hard on over this." But you know what? Just let people play the game how they want. I really couldn't care any less.
I really want one.
Do you?
I really, really want one of those. HP8 and just turn up to a Milson with it, see how long it takes before you're banned.
I'm going to actually give Speedsoft a go next year, but I'm only going to play at sites that I've got a defibrillator. Right, okay. There's a bit of positivity here because it was meant to be the Arab ceremony, but I do want to put a bit of positive in there because we've been accused of being overly toxic by people that are pussies. So, question 3. What was the best airsoft product in 2020? Okay. Now, I think this could be a clear winner, and I'm looking at the top 3, but from your perspective, Josh...
What's the question?
What was the best airsoft product of 2020 other than the Wolverine MTW? No, but what was the best airsoft product of 2020?
Wolverine MTW.
Okay. Do you think that's what people voted for?
That didn't release in 2020.
Yeah. No, it's years old, but actually they did bring out a 2021, the Forged. That's technically is a 2020 product. I honestly wouldn't know what to say. What's really come out this year? What new?
I'm going to say
the
best product that's launched this year that's took the market by storm and it sells out in every shop every time it gets restocked.
Here comes Drummo.
The Action Army AAPO one.
Yeah, AAP, fair one, 100%.
I'd agree with that.
Best value for money pistol out there.
I paid good money to watch Carlos stroke his pussy, and here it is now.
Looks like he's having a lot of fun. You get Thomas.
Yeah, I'd say AAPO one for sure. I don't think there's a single retailer who would disagree with that, based just on sales alone, let alone the actual quality that you get for the money. It's brilliant.
Guaranteed. Every time we have them in stock, they'll sell out.
Same,
as soon as I let people know they're in stock.
Carlos, just skin it and put it in a pot, mate.
No, Nacho's a good cat, aren't you?
That's what you call it, nachos, isn't it? Yeah, I wouldn't eat the cat. Nachos. Has anybody seen Tortilla? Anyone?
No, I got the orange one's Nacho and the other orange and white one is Taco.
Okay.
But I give them very gender neutral names.
You're culturally appropriating your cats. I get it.
Yeah, I'm Italian and they're named after Tex-Mex food.
Oh, well, you know. No comment then. So, best airsoft product of 2020. in this, 69 people answered, 31 skipped because they can't read or illiterate or they were dying of corona.
Well, they are.
This survey and just skipping. It's always 30 people skip. Is it just the same 30 people that got in and thought, "Oh, I didn't sign up for this"?
Just went to the end.
You know what it is? Those 30 people have been convicted before, so they just go no comments every time they ask a question. Right. So, what was the best airsoft product of 2020? First answer, no clue. Second answer, Cherry Bakewells. Then it came to the AAP01, the AAP01. Then the Scorpion Evo, the QRF Mod 1, the Hero Shark Mesh. The TM Mark 48, the AAP01, the SSG10, just a hyphen, Tectonic Quake, G&G Type 64. What is that?
Oh, that's the old World War thing that, who was it? Dave brought out a really expensive one, and the following week G&G announced that they are making one for half the price.
Right, okay.
S&T made one of those.
Somebody put Kicking Mustangs.
Yeah, a couple people did.
What was the best airsoft product of 2020? Kicking Mustangs Tears. I'm just reading out the answers. Anything not 3D printed. Prolly the Crytek.
Was that the other one? Anything not 3D printed.
Yeah.
Why do people hate 3D printing?
Who put Prolly the Crytek Midcat? Is that Prolly the Crytek Midcat? No, Prolly. Like,
No, it's because people can't spell probably.
Oh, what was the best airsoft product of 2020? The Arabs patch.
Oh yeah.
The Action.
No, I haven't got one.
The Delta Mike Face Pro, the GHK Ergi, Femme Fatale's Only Fans.
Not going to comment. For obvious reasons.
Brutal. Some of you guys are just imaginative and brutal.
At half price for the next 3 months. Use my discount code to get a. Jeff, anything not an AR. Anything that's been HPA'd, middle finger iron sight, it's hilarious. Even after the 7,000 guy posted a picture of it on UKAT. Wait.
No, it's my turn to post it next week.
Okay. Wee Brownie Mark III, Durex Anal Lube Speedsofter Edition, the KWA Kaiju 47, the Wolverine MTW, Arabs as a group, yeah. CSI Star XR5 Advanced Battle Rifle, the Arisoft gun, where a guy wired it to a horn. Okay. The Arthurian Crusader. I don't buy the latest or greatest. Well, aren't you a fucking rebel?
Line of the show.
Fucking it's just a fucking simple poll where you get to voice your opinion, and you don't want to stand there with your political stance. You.
Well, I gotta say something.
No,
but do you guys think like KWA have just knocked it out of the park this year?
They have gone from strength to strength. They're fucking
they still can't fit a hot rubber that works.
Yeah, amen to that.
Only one, that's a secret. Legitimately, they did bring out some great stuff this year.
Oh, every I think every release they've had this year has been absolutely superb.
Yeah.
All the QRF series have been lovely.
Once they did the TK45, they were like, "Cool, we're onto something here."
Is that one? That one looks like a little version of the Vector.
Yeah.
That one there.
Yeah, so they did straight mag, curved mag, and the angled mag. Taking 45 someone in it.
What was the best product of 2020? The Arab patch. Damn right. The TM LMG. Okay, which is what?
The Mark 46 recoil LMG.
£1,300.
You know
that's the one, yeah.
Your mate down at CA, he's got one. It's nice.
Couple guys down here have got them.
Yeah, it's all right. I did like it. I wouldn't spend that kind of money on it without getting a hooker on the top of it as well.
You get a TM patch though.
Like I said, a hooker on the top. So a TM MP9 gas blowback recoil, EK3 conversion kit. What is that? What's the EK3 conversion kit? Is that when you convert your? I don't know. It sounds like something you do to a rubber doll to make the fanny flaps go a little bit more wobbly once you pounded it or something. MTW. Anything by Kicking Mustang. Oh my god. Probably that snud with the mouth protection in. There's two of them. There's Delta Face Pro thingy-majig. And then there was another one where you order it, and then by the time you've got it through the post, you've had all your teeth knocked down, or you've quit airsoft. The Tectonic Corona saved an arm and a leg. Arabs, the airsoft operators, Arabs patch, the AAP01, the Chub Nub. Well, I mean, it was the Chub Nub.
Oh, going back to the early 90s.
Yeah. Okay. ICS L86A2, the SSG Novi Boy Speeder, Wolverine MTW, AirTac SSG Dunos, the AAP01, Arabs Patch KWA, the Action Army Pistol, the MTW, Army Armaments R501. Who's what's that one?
It's the high capper.
Is it? Oh god.
Yeah.
Me, well done. The AA Action Army, the Action Army, the VFC MP7. Mate, it's 2020, not 2016. AAP01, the TM Recoil Shock. God, it goes. You know, I should have took the Arabs patch out there. It is clearly the Action Army AAP -1. Now,
Called it.
Yeah, but it's not just like this simple. You can use it out the box, but there are some serious modifications and upgrades you can make to this thing. Right? So the gun's about 70, 80 quid anyway. Is that right?
Anywhere between there and about 100.
80, 90 quid, yeah.
Yeah. And then what can you do to this thing which makes it go?
You don't need to do anything. You don't need to do anything.
You need to do anything.
Most of it's modular furniture that they've released.
You can short stroke it. You can HPA convert them. You could do pretty much anything. But that gun will hop a .43, 45 to 70 odd meters out the box as it is. You don't have to touch it.
I need to buy 3.
But then what people are doing is they're fitting short stroke kits so the rate of fire is rapid. And then they're smashing the hammers to bits and going, oh, this gun, shit, I've broke my hammer. Well, yeah, because you're running like 50 rounds a second, you moron. But
so, are people doing to this whole thing what we discussed about TM in the last show, where there's going to be a component issue? If you're putting things in which aren't going to match up, it'll only work for a short period of time before something else buggers up. So
that's design and engineering, though, really, isn't it?
The pistol was like $89.99 for everything what you get in the box. But then they sell the metal CNC upper receiver, which was like $99.99. So you're paying more just for the top section of it. But that's where their market was. We'll do the pistol cheap, and then we'll do all the upgrades and everything afterwards. And that's where they're
it's the Barbie principle. You sell the doll for cheap, but all the clothes are fucking expensive. Gillette did the same thing when they first came out.
Because as soon as they've got the first one, they're going to want the other one.
See, I did the poll before we had that polarizing airsoft personality, celebrity, character, whatever you come on. So the question was, who was the most cringeworthy airsoft celebrity in 2020?
Cringeworthy.
I wouldn't say Mustang was cringe, would he? He's a bit.
I wouldn't say no. He's not really. The OK Boomer was a bit cringe, but as a whole, he's not a cringy airsofter. I would say. Fuck knows. Actually, they're all pretty on par with each other.
Would it be the Heresy group for all that drama that kicked off at Anzio? Maybe.
Wait, who names Nico?
No, the Heresy group when all that Anzio drama kicked off.
They're a bit cringe anyway, but they're not really airsofters, are they? They're more the Heresy group's more of obviously their own chat shit about expensive gear. Yeah. So
who was
I wouldn't necessarily see them as airsoft celebs.
We tend to use the term cringy far too quickly to describe something that doesn't sit right with us, right?
Yeah.
So bit of discerning, more descriptive way to say, I don't like these motherfuckers.
Yeah. I think for me, cringe is something where you, even by Arab standards, like you go, oh.
No, I think the one that wins was that photo of the guy in black and white. Is like, be thankful for every day that you have. That was cringy as fuck.
I think I think any Portuguese airsofter does it for me. Pretty much.
Why? Because they're pretty extra all the time.
Yeah, like, I mean, they've usually
3-paragraph Instagram.
They're usually like sunblessed, pristine duck, cut to bits, and then like they do their airsoft photo and it's like a shoot. But then there's about 30, 40 sponsors on one post, you know, and it goes a bit, oh yeah, okay. That does it for me. Listen, I'm gonna rattle through it and I feel guilty, you know, because obviously we've had the man on the show and actual people, one of the things I'll talk about this very quickly, it was a stressful experience having him on the show because the aftermath for 2 days was everybody hit me up and said, why did you have him on the show? Why did you have him on the show? And then some people go to town for 3 or 4 hours, phoning me up and saying, "Did you know this? Did you know that? Did you know this? Is that the other?" I was like, "Well, do you know what? I was talking to him for about 2 weeks before we got onto the show, and it was confrontational. And he turned around and said some things about me, and I said some things about him. But he's a bright bloke. Ironed out our indifferences and got to a sensible chat. Had him on the show, and then I'd say it was 60% people getting onto my thread and going, 'Why did you have that guy in there?' And then 40% of people turn around and say, 'I always thought he was a bit of a so and so, but I've changed my mind.'" You know, so
Because you need to present a fair and balanced.
Yeah, polarizing is a word. That's the most common word used about in which is polarizing. And I don't think that falls into cringe. And I think on this occasion, what we've got in my lovely group here is people have just used what was the most cringe-worthy airsoft celebrity. I should have put what was the most cringe-worthy airsoft moment, and it would have been the TikTok shit, you know, like the transformation, this, that, the other. Okay. So,
to be fair, Tay Nick makes a valid point with Femme Fatale when she did the whole Mandem thing. That, I would say, was cringeworthy.
It kind of, well, somebody put Stan Cheney, Unicorn Leah, we completely missed that one because she didn't even get a vote. So, yeah, that one personally wound me up a bit, but I think that was more to do with the fact it was like, I think I said it on the show, it was like, well, why are you going on the street? Aren't you from like Swanleycoat or something like that? You're about as road as Postman Pat. Like, give it a rest. She was right. She was right.
I want that.
She was sticking up for herself.
A website called QWERTY.
You have to send us a link in the admin chat, James.
Okay. Cringeworthy Airsoft Celebrity in 2020. Kicking Mustang. Me. Kicking Mustang. Revention. No idea who that is. Kicking Mustang. Name's Nico. Kicking Mustang. All of them. Novrich, Kelly or James. Which I guess he's Kicking Mustang. Kicking Mustang. Kelly. Femme Fatale. Kicking Mustang. I'm not doing the acronyms.
Recon Sisters.
Yeah.
The kid who was arrested on the top of the open roof. Kicking Mustang. Femme Fatale. Kicking Mustang. Kicking Mustang. Femme Fatale. Femme Fatale. Kicking Mustang. Kicking Mustang. Kicking Mustang. Kicking Mustang.
Yeah, I think though. They haven't understood the question.
No, I haven't. Negative Airsoft. Oh, here's one. Not to pick on him. Ben Webb for his attack on Valkyrie.
I didn't see that.
Was that really an attack, though?
I thought it was genius where they...
Oh, shit.
Which one was it? Was it? No, actually, it was the opposite way around, weren't it? That somebody got some ASG BBs and then booted them out the way and put them in the bag. So that was the thing. But yeah, so... Kicking Mustang, name's Nico, Kicking Mustang, Recon Brothers, Kicking Mustang, Novrich, Kicking Mustang, all of them, Kicking Mustang, Novrich, Luke Dobson, Negative Airsoft. Now this is where the groups not disappointed me, but they missed the essence of the group, which in actual fact, Kicking Mustang wasn't the most cringeworthy airsoft celebrity. Annie Neff. And somebody put Annie Neff. Surely she became famous in the European airsoft world. So Annie Neff, for me, was the cringiest moment. Novrich. Anyone who pushes their YouTube channel demanding subs, but never uploading or just uploading crappy gameplay. Oh, that's a bit okay. Fair enough. You really?
Oh, that's harsh. Tim.
It is a bit.
That is harsh.
You know what? Content is king. You know, one of the things is if you can produce quality content, and that's what kids are doing. Kicking Mustang. Spartan, whatever guy it was who got arrested for playing dress up. Kicking Mustang, Jet.
Oh yeah.
The Rangers, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh God, he was the guy that went out to the front during the American riots.
He walked up to the fucking Rangers dressed up as one of them.
Yeah, muppet.
Yeah.
Absolute muppet. But I'm in the reserves, that was it. Mustang. The Jet and Mustang debacle. Mustang, Will Greenwood, all of them. Will Greenwood, Kicking Mustang, Andy Levy, Kicking Mustang, Femme Fatale, Kicking Mustang.
Actually, that's a good point being made.
Yeah.
And that's one that I fall on quite a bit. Just like, if you don't talk about it that much, it doesn't affect you.
Yeah. What's the point of that? What we're talking about? Racism? What?
Oh, the comment that's flashed up about most of the group being secretly in love with Kicking Mustang.
Yeah. I don't think he's cringeworthy. I think he's controversial.
Yeah.
So, cringeworthy airsoft celebrity. I don't think it's Kelly either. I don't think it's her. I actually rate her for sticking up for herself. Some of her minions that she sent into the group, those were a bit cringeworthy, but she stuck up for herself in the group. and Kiki Mustang does his own thing. So and I'm not a celebrity, but the most cringeworthy thing in 2020 is probably me. I'm going to own that one. I'll work with that one if that's all right. Okay. Okay. Who shall we crown Airsoft God and Goddess of 2020?
Is there such a thing?
I think there is now.
We're going to find out.
Is this like the prom king thing where no one actually cares after the fact? Or?
Yeah, we'll skip that one.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
No, don't skip that one. We want to know what people have said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you want to know? I'm curious. I'm curious.
All right.
Somebody put me and my girlfriend. I don't be lucky. We obviously got a successful relationship. Rediscover the long lost legend of Silver Fox and bestow both titles upon him. Okay, who's Silver Fox? Is that like some YouTuber or something that was about? Like, okay.
It rings the bell. Silver Fox does.
Okay.
Hang on. Let's just have a look.
Yeah, Jet and Leah. Oh my god.
Get fucked.
Yeah.
Louder for the people in the back.
It's Airsoft, not swinging parties, mate. Will Greenwood, me, no one, grow up. Wow, what a killjoy. Do you know what I mean? That's the kind of person who sat around a Christmas table. You open up a cracker, then somebody tells a shit joke, and he pulls a sulk and wants them to leave the table. And all the Christmas dinner goes down the pan. No one, don't know. Carlos Mario, Negative Airsoft, Jason Parker, and Jenny Wares. Who's Jason Parker?
I think they mean James Parker.
Is that meant to be me?
Oh!
Do we have a Jason Parker?
My name's definitely not Jason.
I mean, there's two guys called Jason that run Combat UK, so could be either of them.
I'm just going to take it as a win, so thanks, Andy.
Yeah, right.
Isn't it Jason? Oh, God, obviously, can't be that way. So
Fuck it, let's just go on the page and have a look, see if there's a Jason Parker group.
Will Greenwood and Sabrina Patel. Wow. Yeah,
Oh yeah, Sabrina.
They'd have nice kids actually. It'd like be an extra nice social justice warrior.
We actually don't have a Jason Parker in the group, so it must be James. Confirmed.
So, yeah.
Someone said Jason Parker works for Ed at Only Airsoft, but I don't think his last name's Parker, is it?
No, I don't think that is.
So, US Airsoft, Carlos Mario. Okay, Gordon, Jugs Porter, and Joe Beatty. Gordon, Jugs Porter. Gordon was a person.
Hang on. Somebody just said, I'm on the milk. Do you want to fucking go, son?
No one, they're all T-Nucks. No one, Carlos. No one. Nobody. Airsoft celebrities, personalities are all T-Nucks. Carlo, Kappa Papa Lappa Lakalunga.
How do you say your last name, Carlo?
Capalonga.
Sounds like one of those drinks that used to have in the cartons with a straw.
Yeah.
Is it Umbongo?
Oh, Michael, it's you. No, I've actually been steadily drinking throughout the day. I need to give it a rest so I can see through midnight and, say goodbye to my dog.
Okay.
I haven't got a dog.
Will Greenwood and Will Greenwood, they make the perfect couple.
Isn't that called masturbation?
Oh shit! I'm gonna type this one. Is what somebody said because it's like I don't want to say this one, but I just want to see the reaction when I put it in the secret group chat. Where is it?
All right, let's have a look.
James and Joshua. I'm not because I don't want Carl. I'm not. I'll put it in the. Oh god, no, I swear there. It's that one. So go into the secret group chat, and that was the response.
Femme fatale and her rat on a stick.
Did you have to read it out? Put it in there. God. Okay, Negative Airsoft and Negative Airsoft. Forgot his name and Annie.
What does that even mean?
Jenny Wares, me, I'm God now. Will Greenwood for both. Andy Levy, God, and Carlos Mario, Goddess. Me and my pooch, picking my pooch profile. I don't know. Arabs creators, no, we created a child that we couldn't get rid of because it was well past the abortion date. Lewis and Negative, Carlos, Luke Dobson, Carlos, Will Greenwood, me and a fit bird, no bloody idea. Carlos, me, Will and Kelly, okay. One Legion, UK, Kitty and Will Greenwood. Just Joe Skillings, Will Greenwood, Andy Levy and Carlos. The Chief Inspector of UCARA Police, yes. Love that. Just going to hold on that one. did you know that somebody has tried to duplicate the page of the Ucara police page, and have tried to and have threatened the owner? I'm not going to mention who the owner of the great page is. He likes to have a bit of anonymity, and have turned around and said, "Well, I'm going to register it and make a business of it." So I've turned around to the page owner and turned around and says, "Well, just register the name of the business and do it as a business yourself." So he's gone on to Companies House, he's gone to register the Ucara police, and Companies House has turned around and said, "You have to apply to the police force to use anything from your business title as the name police." So
it does make a lot of sense.
Andy Levy and Carlos, Kicking Mustang, Negative Swamp, Jade.
That's a good one.
Andy Levy and Carlos. Andy Levy for being the unsung voice of the people. What? No, you need to give that one over. And anyone with tits and banter. Josh. Tom Hibbard. I hear Tom is actually a really nice person, and so nice that we'll probably never see him on an Arab stream. Will Greenwood, Luke Dobson and Jenny, me, Brian Exploder, Desert Fox, the rental guy, Hayden Sherville. Airsoft God looks like it's going to Will Greenwood. And
I'd say Carlos and Andy, to be fair.
No, we can't. You can't vote for
very
the Arab
popular.
crew. It's too cringy. You know what I mean?
Did you specify that in the rules?
Do you know how much weight I would have to lose and how many ribs I'd need to take out to suck my own Johnson? Far too many. So I think we're going to give it to Will Greenwood and Jenny Wares. So they're the Airsoft King and Airsoft God and Goddess of 2020. Nice. I think Will, probably because he's the kind of guy that grew in popularity and never did an OnlyFans account and never became an influencer and got a proper job, driving up and down the country selling shit airsoft guns to people that don't want to buy them, but people do. And then Jenny, because she took the role of the media coordinator for ATB and tried to bring in what was possibly one of the biggest shitstorms together and portray it as something that's potentially going to be groundbreaking and new. So
yeah, we'll see.
Will's a nice guy. Airsoft
he is a
character.
genuinely nice guy.
Personality thing. And Jenny's a lovely lady as well. So yeah, I reckon it's Will Greenwood and Jenny. They are the crowned Airsoft God and Goddesses of 2020 by as declared.
Expect your prizes in the post. Andy's going to post them personally.
I'm going to post you some used condoms. Yeah, and that's it.
All right, Jared Leto.
Wow.
Okay. I'm going to give one question 6 out of 10 here, and it goes on to just questions. So, but we'll debate about this. Is Speedsoft really as bad as everyone says? That was the question in the poll. We'll put it to the group. Meanwhile, I'm going to get some serious beer.
Oh, look at the time. It's time for bed. I'll see you guys later. Happy New Year.
He's not joking. You know what? If he hadn't been banned, like Carlos, Mario, because he's no longer Speedy Boy, is he? He's got himself a Rusky loadout. He now wants to go into like the Bresnin school massacre and kind of like things. So, but yeah, is Speedsoft really as bad as what everyone says?
No, not at all. I think it's completely overhyped. It's the exact same situation with paintball. Also,
you've got to remember the community of people that he's asked, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%.
So this is a very vague question, don't you? This is quite a loaded question.
For sure.
First of all, everyone hates something new, right? We fear the unknown, and Speedsoft is here to stay. It is a competitive form of the game, but it's still a part of the game. Embrace it, or fuck off. It's that simple.
Oh, I've just had talking about cringe. Did you see that league in the US?
Yeah. The one that was it on Netflix.
Guy that's like,
like the gladiator intro.
Yeah. He's like holding the gun like sideways with his arms crossed. This guy is a SWAT operator. So fuck off, mate.
God,
And a cage fire in his spare time.
I showed it to my other half, and she was like, "What the fuck is this?" Seriously, people put money into this. Decisions were made. You have to understand. Everyone said yes. Everyone in the room said yes. Obviously, the craziest person in the room was the one paying for the fucking room.
Yeah. It was. the way that he did it, when he goes, so what you don't realize about Operator Johnson is that he uses his penis to penetrate small airsoft play, you know? And it's like, it was like this like really shit.
Hang on, I'm gonna look.
But everyone played it so serious.
Yeah.
Where would I
So
find?
I think
that was on YouTube, wasn't it?
yeah. That
Yeah.
Oh, see if we can get it in the stream, James.
Did you not see the footnotes, which was inspired by Recon Brothers? You know, it was kind of like
But there was there's so many like under the table and behind the scenes issues with it as well. So they plastered KWA all over it. It was like one of the sponsors, and KWA were like, "No, we didn't sponsor shit. We didn't sponsor this at all."
Airsoft, what was it called? Airsoft Pro League or
Airsoft COVID?
I can't remember what it was.
I just want the video clip of that guy popping his mag out and them calling him like a SWAT master SWAT operator or something.
SWAT operator.
And you see the way he's holding the gun.
Yeah,
You're like, that guy's never held a real gun in his
If
life.
you see him on the field, you better hope and pray Jesus is on your side. You know, that kind of stuff.
Oh, what would it be under? I can't find it on YouTube.
The thing is, it
I
was
don't
done
know if it was
unironically.
What was it called? Because it was like a gladiators kind of intro.
I think it is the Airsoft Pro League.
While you're looking for that, I'm going to answer the question: is Speedsoft really as bad as what everybody says? And this is what Arabs had to say. Absolutely. All the blokes in Leica have to get their aggression out somewhere. No, yes, no, worse, yes. But snipers in ghillie suits, worse, yes, nah, no, yes, yes. Gay play doesn't mix with skirmishes, but good people, so no. No, toxic players will be prevalent. There are Milsim assholes as well. No. Yes, yes, no, yes, yes. No, not really. Worse, no, yes. Yes, but paintballers lead heroes too. No, yes, no. Yes, no, yes. Not really, but it's fun to take the piss, which is honest. Yes, nah. They're cock-juggling thunder wazzocks. Depends on when venue and players. Nah, no, yes. No, yes. It's been some to death. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, be smoking too much crack. Luke Dobson, negative airsoft. Never tried it too fat, but it's like sexuality, I'd say. Each to their own. Okay.
Nice.
Don't say that to R. Kelly.
I have found this episode. Do you want to watch bits of it?
Okay.
Yeah, there should be a link in the.
This ain't no
private chat as well.
Netflix and chill, mate. No, thank you. No, I'm good.
You should.
I put 20 minutes into it.
Some guy with like a narrator voice, and he looks operator. He's got a beard, and he's like, "These are pro airsoft players," and it cuts to like a team of 4 that are all like in a pose. It's just like,
Well, can you play it? Can you play it?
Yeah, I can play it.
Yeah, we can put it on the stream.
Oh, put it on.
I think it takes a minute or so to get into it, where it does
I know that
introduction.
feeling. That's what I got Viagra for.
Right, can you see it?
Yeah,
That's
we can
actually
see
the
it.
Royal Marine.
So what I'm going to
video.
do is, when you want me to stop the video, I'll play a bit of it, and then I'll try and find the bit where it's the dude that I'm on about. But,
He looks like he's on Grinder.
Andy would know.
We scoured the Northeast region to find you a group of self-proclaimed elite tactical practitioners.
self-proclaimed elite. Look, what's this? He's got a mask. And he hasn't even got it on his face. What is this? Oh God.
Yeah, I think it really is the time for me to go to bed.
I mean, what is this?
Wow. Is this like an airsoft sex dungeon?
hey, we don't talk about that in public.
Oh, look at that face.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, look at that.
No, that's the look of a nonce if I've ever seen one.
Wow. You're going to see that shit in your sleep tonight. Is that Spartan noises?
That is straight out of 300, that is, yeah.
Oh, I think that's the dude there. How did we get that up? Is he gonna appear?
Oh, yeah, they'll do the intros.
In there, this is the SWAT guy. Oh, I can't wait to see this.
Saber tooth.
Look, he's got no nitro on. This is meant to be an Airsoft Pro League. Never has there been more of a time to like I mean, and I hate people picking out iPro, you know, people doing photo shoots and stuff, but that's not really a good image, is it? Taking the silence there as a.
Well,
Wait,
yeah,
what?
I'm sure I'm catatonic after seeing this again,
Airsoft,
and I told you.
Airsoft just died that very moment for
It's
everybody.
already fucked me in the ass once.
What are you skipping the intros for?
Intros yet?
That's it.
Not the intros, I don't think.
These are, yeah.
Where our contractors are, the
The
gate.
contractors.
Oh, there it is, the SSG one. Did you see it? Oh, they're real.
This is the Airsoft Pro League.
This is the Airsoft out of fucker's face.
Right. It is time for me to go, ladies and gents. So, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Carlo.
And I wish you all the best. Have a good time.
We
you know, stay
4
safe.
hours, so stay tuned.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the best. Bye.
I think we just made Carlo quit Airsoft with that one snippet of that video. He's got to swallow Valium now, I bet you.
Oh, they got like a proper league table and everything.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
I mean, you can clearly see that some money's been pumped into this.
There's some semen been pumped into this as well. Like,
You know, well, 241 subscribers that are watching the free episode.
241. Oh, I thought you said 241,000 or 241. That's the parents of the players, that is. Just making sure the kids ain't getting molested at fucking Airsoft.
Money they've got in the crates.
That's the price. That's first price, that is.
It's looking a bit empty, isn't it? It looks like the cash has been in like a warehouse where someone's been doing some two-toning quite a lot and all the blue paint settled.
Where the plane is the patrol base.
Right, where is? I've got to find this clip and then I'll drop it. I think here's the intros here. Should we have a look?
Yeah.
Now this is the hammer of God. That's why you call me the Reaper. I come at you and you don't call your hits. You're gonna call.
Did you hear that? That's why they call me the Reaper, because if you don't call your hits,
I don't get it.
I'm going to play this video through, and then we'll have a look at some of the comments, because I dare say people are commenting on this. I just want to see this intro section that they did.
It's a big thing. It's like something I never thought I'd actually do. They call me Blue Wolf because I always wind up sneaking past enemy territory. Mainly like a wolf. You won't see me coming. And if I spot you before you spot me, you better run, better hide. But even if you try hiding, I'll still find you. One way or another. I'll sneak.
I feel like I'm getting dumber.
Oh, yeah. I've lost like
just to let you know, I'm selling every single fucking piece of kit and fucking Airsoft.
Can you imagine if someone with a bit of money behind him set this up in the UK?
Oh,
it'd be even worse, wouldn't it?
No, I don't want to. I really don't.
I've got to find this clip. Where is it? And the games, like there were. I mean, I did watch it.
Dan Cannabis and Peter AK Penis. Yeah.
I think he's one of the. He's a YouTuber. I think he's.
these are two commentators, aren't they?
One of his live streams. Where are we? So they said that KWA sort of sponsored this, but KWA didn't sponsor it. Was that what you were saying?
Jason Slater's just put very Alan Partridge, and if Alan Partridge was to do live from the Airsoft UK award ceremony, well, let's go. Hang on a second, isn't this BLM fucking?
I go by call sign Cricket, and I'm on the team Blackjack Tactical.
I'm actually here just to bust ass real quick. You feel me? We can curse. I'm actually fast.
It's my pistol. I'm toxic. I'm always out there in the front. I'm always pushing up there, and I'm super aggressive. All right, contractors. It's time to play.
Well, I don't think this bit that I'm looking for is in this video. I don't know where I've seen it.
In your nightmares.
But it was like a big thing because people were ripping the piss out of him. I think it might have been in the Arabs page, actually.
Oh yeah, it's definitely in the Arabs, but it would have been
guys,
long.
yeah. Jesus. I mean, that's gonna be like the great Jedi Temple of cringe. If it's out there, we've curated it, put it in carbon freeze, and provided the page doesn't get shut down, it'll be there. Poor Amanda's in the background here. She's having to realise this. She's going, "What the hell am I involved in?" Like, so.
Yeah, first time on a live stream. And
No, I wasn't on about us. I was on about airsoft in general, but now I feel even worse now. So, Amanda, do you just look at us as like big kids and just go like, one day you guys are going to grow up and like have functional lives, or do you just see?
Oh, she's one of us now.
Yeah.
Is she?
Yeah. I started playing, so I'm with you guys. I'm a child deep down, so
we can work with that. Will Greenwood saying, where does he collect his award? Well,
speak to your man Andy Levy. He's
yeah.
in your suit you probably don't want to open.
Yeah. It's inside my rectum. So enjoy. Get straight in there with a cavity search. And Will Greenwood approves. I got a funny feeling he got so sick to death of that, and that's the real reason why he didn't push the whole celebrity personality and airsoft thing. Because if you know, people were great. You're like, well, who's got like a keyword or something that say if you went up to him as a celebrity, like if you went up to like Leonard Nimoy, well not now because obviously he's brown bread, but if you kept going up to Leonard Nimoy and going live long and prosper, or going up to Alec Guinness or Mark Hamill going may the force be with you, but like, oh, fuck off, will you? Do you know what I mean? So I reckon that's what would have happened with Will. Well, you see, Will Greenwood approves, and Will would have been going.
I don't think you can kind of compare it because it's like one extreme to the other, isn't it? Like, yeah. Mark Hamill will probably deal with that stuff all the time, and he probably does enjoy it.
I don't know, man. Will had him for a good 2 or 3 years of Will Greenwood approve. He couldn't go on anywhere.
He was on every post, yeah.
Yeah, I'm deep in there, mate. Okay. Obviously, when you're trimming down, you're not bulking up, mate. Still need stitches from the last time. So the question was, is Speedsoft really as bad as everyone says? It's polarised. I'm going to call it because I can't be asked to count it. It's 50-50. Some people think it is, and some people think it isn't. So, is Milsim a realistic representation of operating in a combat situation? Now, if you answered yes in this, you're a nonce. Let's face it. Like, there's no... So... 78 people answered this. They really stepped up to the mark to answer this one. And it's no, yes, no, too many fat blokes in camo painting. No, yes, but better. Well, okay, yeah, I guess you can. As close as the crybabies will ever get. Meh. Again, no, not really. Not in the slightest. No, just people not enjoying what they do for 4 times the price of a normal game. It's true, isn't it? Like Mill Simmers, they pay 4 times the amount of money to have the same amount of disappointment at a skirmish. Yes, except the gear is of a higher standard. Wow, yeah, you know, that's good person. So only if you're wearing utterly shit kit sold by the lowest bidder, with half of it not working. Welcome to the British Army. It has realistic aspects. No, it doesn't. Fuck no. A combat situation on the 80s, maybe. No, and no. Luke Dobson, negative airsoft. I'd say not, but I've never served, so only people that have would know, and they will turn around and say no. Oh yeah, of course, 100% totally. It's what sim means. No. Sort of, yeah, no. It's about as close as you or I is becoming king or queen of England. Okay. No. So the answer is no. So
yeah.
The thing is, if you look to that video that we just showed, that Airsoft Pro League, I think the only aspect of Airsoft that was in like a professional sort of category where you could have it as, you know, like a 5-man team would be to run it like how paintball does. And the only way you're going to do that is to have some kind of Speedsoft aspect of it, and you have it in a field with like blow up. You know, the blow.
Well, you've got Speed QB, which is a competitive aspect of Airsoft, where they do that internationally. You've got people like SYG and such who play Speed QB, and that is fundamentally speedball. That's its counterpart.
I don't think you could run games like that or events like that or leagues in the way that you'd normally go and play airsoft because it's not the right type of
It needs to be dedicated venues and arenas for that. Realistically,
so I could see paintball paintball's crossing over to airsoft a lot more. A lot of the paintball sites are doing airsoft now, and why not with paintball in their leagues and such go over to airsoft as a what would you call it, a platform for their leagues or competitive play or something like that. I can see that working.
I'm definitely going to do MagFed paintball this year. No, actually not this year because it's fucking coming to an end. Next year I'm going to do some MagFed. There's a couple of events and they use the same MOD bases, and I think you're going to be a little bit more sparing with the ammo. They have the same issues about people wiping paint off, but I'm going to give it a go, and I'll hate it just as much as I hate airsoft. And still play the money and pay and buy guns that I'll never use. Next question: which airsoft site would you refuse to take a shit in their toilets?
There's a fair few of those.
Most.
Yeah.
Really?
It's on 60% of airsoft sites.
There's probably only like one or two events I've been to where I've, thought the toilets were half decent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you talking about toilets that are built into the site, or are you talking about like portaloos?
Could be anything. So I'm going to skip that one because it's just like, somebody's mentioned my local site there. But let's positive it up. I'm going to skip that question because which airsoft sites would you most like to take a shit in? Well, okay, so the airsoft sites with the best toilets in go as follows. The nominations are Ground Zero, even though you'll catch COVID there. The Gale, which was a Category B prison. What's this? Right, I'm off to get more drunk, actually. Wish you all a lovely year. I hope we can meet up soon, Andy, as I miss you, man. Oh, who's that?
I don't know. You have to let me know.
Oh, it's Will Greenwood. Oh, bless you. Love you, Will.
Happy New Year's, Will.
I'll see you soon, mate. Love you bits. Ground Zero, Copill Down, the depot. The depot, it's closed now, isn't it? It's that place which John Thorne ran, and it's unfortunately closed. Copill Down, that's the Optac, when it's in the cabins. West Midlands Airsoft CQB. Really? I've done something to the Z-Mart. The Z-Mart's box might be good, because obviously it used to be a Debenhams, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I think the West Mid CQB, when I went there, I remember walking to that toilet and there was just like, it's not obviously a problem of the site toilet, more like the people that are using it. And I walked in there and there was just shit and piss like everywhere. So someone had like a right, happy birthday in there.
Z-Mart again, locking doors, flushing toilets, toilet roll, running water. What's not to love? Yeah. The Gale, Z-Mart, Gunman Airsoft. Actually, Gunman for an outdoor site is really, really tidy, and they have got plush portaloos. If you went glamping, but you don't want to shake a shit near the tent, Gunman is like that. UCAP, UCAP have probably got decent toilets because it's in working prison facilities, isn't it? We've probably got little shanks underneath the toilet seat and all sorts. Carwent's weird. Carwent is at Dragon Valley. And the thing is that the toilets are really clean because they're military toilets, but they're surrounded with sheep shit. So, like, you step in sheep shit going in, and you step in sheep shit coming out as well. There we go. Ground Zero, Halo Mills, Combat, Skirmish Lutterworth, Luke Dobson, Negative Airsoft, fucking easy. You see him in it. Z-Mart, NAE, Proving Grounds, Something Sterling, made me feel alley as fuck. None of them. Anzio, well, something's good about the site. Cornwall Elite Airsoft. Apparently, I don't know. I've not took a dump at yours, Josh.
I literally clean them myself in between players. That is why I've got so many marigolds on site. Yeah, when we got a new portaloo, I was so proud about it. Partly because I'm paying for it every fucking month.
Yeah.
I was like, right, I'm going to make sure it's nice and clean. And then when we're not on site, it gets cleaned in between game days as well.
And actually,
so it's pretty nice.
Because it's right where people book in, so you can actually literally book in and smell what somebody was eating the night before.
Exactly. Got to make sure it smells of roses.
The Mall, which is closed, West Midlands Airsoft, the Fort, Driver Wood, Dean's, don't know where that is, still not Z-Mart. So Z-Mart's got the best. So the best place to take a shit in airsoft sites is actually Z-Mart. Okay, right. I think this is the last of the questions, or unless there's question 11 and 12 after this, and 13. I'm going to give it a break.
Someone was just asking which group it was on Facebook, Andy, if you want to.
Arabs, yeah.
Someone on YouTube was just asking what the Airsoft group was on Facebook.
What the best Airsoft group was, or where the
what the group view that we're affiliated with on the stream, I think it was.
I don't know what you're talking about, mate. Which Airsoft site would you like to take a shit in? Okay.
I thought he was actually going to tell him.
This is quite an interesting one. I wanted to. Which Airsoft group or page, other than Arabs, made the Airsoft community smile? I was trying to be nice there. It doesn't really work. But which Airsoft group or page, other than Arabs,
do you know what?
the Airsoft community smile?
I've left the majority of the Airsoft groups now.
Same. I've had
the only ones I've remained in are the ones for specific gun platforms that, you know, I either moderate or look after. So anything else I've come out of because I'm just done with it. It's just like the same stuff over and over again. The same people saying, "Oh, I've bought this gun from Taiwan Gun. Is it any good?" Well, should you not have asked that question before you bought it? So I just and the toxicity on there is worse than what you find on the Arabs page most of the time. So it's just like, yeah, I'm done. I'm just gonna come out of all of them.
Okay, so none, which is probably what you voted for. The one with the post about the bloke in a wheelchair. Just going to touch upon that.
That was pretty wholesome, yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's a bit of a coming together there, and I'm not going to slate any other Airsoft group, but Arabs being the most toxic Airsoft group in the UK community actually made most of the donations into the GoFundMe page. So considering there's like 30,000 people in some of the other groups and they never even dropped a penny into there, most of the people from the Arabs groups propped up the GoFundMe page. So screw everyone that turns around and says Arab is toxic because we dug deep there. But that's not what we're on about here. Is which Airsoft group or page other than Arabs made the Airsoft community smile? So the one with the bloke about the wheelchair, which I think was on UKAC2, and that's AED. There's two. I was going to push this just in case anybody's interested in doing a nice little gesture. There are two fundraisers for a gentleman called AD who is having some new wheels put onto his wheelchair, so he can play Airsoft in the woodlands, because every time he goes off and plays, he falls over, and obviously that can cause injury. And then the spare remaining cash is going towards a parking space for him at his resident Airsoft site. And there's quite a few Airsoft retailers who have put some prizes up. I think there's about 30 separate prizes across 10 different retailers chipping in, which is being headed up by Ed Leo's Combat UK, and he's doing the draw on the Only Airsoft group tomorrow. I think there's still time to get tickets. And then there's a GoFundMe page, which is knocking around, which you'll find on Talia Shire's and Adam Lee's site. I can't remember what it was. But anyway, it's the Addies having a wheelchair fundraiser. Which group made you smile? Airsoft Europe, for the wrong reasons. Man Down. You know, Man Down. We talked about Man Down Airsoft last time, didn't we? You know, which Airsoft group or page made the Airsoft community smile? Man Down Airsoft, which is quite ironic. It's a page for people that are suffering from.
I'm surprised there's not like an Airsoft memes page, unless I just haven't seen it.
Super Mega Tactical Airsoft News, and that's about it, really.
Brilliant. Hilarious. UKAC, but not in a good way. UKAC for the sheer fuckery. Airsoft Europe, the UKARA police. Heretics. How the fuck did the Heretic? Oh, the Heretic page, yes. Airsoft Europe, ACO2, UKAC. SEAL Team Murder Boner. The fucking hell's that? Super Mega Tactical. Yeah, Super Mega Tactical News is brilliant. Hilarious. The guys behind that have got a sense of humour, which is propping up Airsoft, I think, at the moment. Airsoft Heretics, Airsoft Injuries page. What's that one? That's quite Airsoft Injuries claim page. The M119 Owners Club hasn't got dicks in it. Arguable. UKAC, Airsoft Community, Airsoft Europe, Super Tactical, Megasoft Airsoft News, Airsoft Nonsense, UKAC2, Airsoft Nonsense, Femme Fatale's Only Fans, brilliant. UKAC died to the moneyness. Non-Arabs is clearly the best. Okay. UK Airsoft Community, Kill House Group is chill. Airsofters can smile. Okay. Negative Airsoft, Only Arabs. Luke Dobson, Negative Airsoft. Super Mega, UKAC2, UK Airsoft Community, a cook. Don't know what that is. Thin Brown Line. Not heard of that one. You heard of that one? Thin brown line, an airsoft form. I might check that out. UKAC, they always say retarded things that make me smile. None, they're all garbage. You read that one, didn't you, James?
Probably. Probably. Can you tell who's written them?
Yeah, no, you can't. Pew pew. Some of the shit there is hilariously cringe. Yes, but Tim's actually a really nice guy. Pew pew again. The one with the rubber chicken stretch, which is
Super Mega.
Mega.
Tactical news, yeah.
Yukara Police. Something Airsoft. Cringe and he's smiling, right? Airsoft injury claims. Negative Airsoft. Sierra Airsoft. Airsoft injuries claim group. UKAC, obviously. Arabs. Can't quote for us. Oh, somebody's actually voted for ours. UK Yukara Police. Airsoft Heretics. Airsoft Anonymous Rehab. It's quite an interesting one that Jenny set up. All other airsoft groups are blasphemous. You sock smoker. The fuck's a sock smoker?
I've never heard that before.
What the fuck is a sock smoker? How do you smoke a sock?
I don't know.
Hang on a second. I've got to get a sock out here. I've got to fucking try that. Wait there.
Google it. Google it. What's a sock smoker?
Yeah, Urban Dictionary might have a description for it.
No, it just brings up Etsy.
All right, just to keep the sock erect, I'm going to put a pencil in there.
What's he? Are you gonna?
I'm going to try and smoke a sock.
All right. Just checking.
There's no such thing as a term as sock smoker, apparently.
Is this one clean? Nah. No, you can't smoke a sock. No, you can't smoke a sock.
Perhaps that's what it means. You can't smoke a sock, so that you'd be an idiot to try.
Yeah. I'm going to say, I'm not going to count them. I'm going to go with Super Mega Tactical News.
Yeah, they've always been
one
strong.
That makes me smile.
So,
And I tell you what made me smile is when they booted it off there. When they booted me off there, because I posted a meme in a thread. Okay, say Billy has got this, and Billy has got that, and Billy counting this is that. What is Billy getting? And I put what was it? No, Billy is pricing up a gun from Dave's Custom Airsoft, and it's got all of these figures all adding up, and it says what is Billy getting? That's right, shafted. Billy is getting shafted, and they banned me from the page because there's a few of the lads that run the page, mates with Dave, and says, "Oh, listen, it's nothing personal. We've got to back Dave's case, and we're going to boot you off Super Mega." And then they came onto the Arabs group and they unbanned me because they said, actually, we see that you're not a complete twazzic and you're trying to do some good for the airsoft community by just, allowing people to vent and do bits and bobs. So I'm throwing it back to them. As far as I'm on the Arabs award for the airsoft group or page, which made the airsoft community smile the most, is Super Mega Tactical News. Yes, so give them a round of applause. There we go. Right. Okay. The next one was, which airsoft group or page other than Arabs made the airsoft community look like dicks?
Where do you want to start?
What page didn't?
Yeah.
I'm not going to count them all. But you know
It's
that
got to be like UKAC.
Perhaps all of them, really, isn't it?
Maybe the ATB.
Oh, edgy. Wow. Well, you know what? It's a bit of a mixture here. UKAC are all on there. I think. Do you know what I think UKAC is? You know when you first get into airsoft and you buy a shit gun? It's like when you first get into airsoft, you get into a shit airsoft group, so you can't knock them for buying that. So I don't know what Arabs is in terms of you have to use a comparison to like buying a gun. Like if you go into UKAC, you're buying a G&G CM16 Raider. You know what I mean? That's what you buy. And when you come into the Arabs group, you're buying a gun with a dildo strapped on the end of it, with one of them.
Yeah.
But I think at some stage, when you first join it, you're always going to go to the bigger group because you think big is best, don't you? But on there, it is mostly which one made the UK airsoft community look like dicks. There's a few odd ones in here. Like, so I think there's a bit of personal stuff. UKAC 3.0. That probably is Steve Cox voting because Joe Beatty tried to set up one. All of them, to be fair, all paint airsofters as snowflake prima donnas. Okay, so you just quit airsoft for that one. Somebody put ATB. UKC. Somebody put sniper ops. I wonder who that was. Ukara police. Oh, that's a bit harsh. Ukara police is like hilarious. UKC. The heresy group. They got a vote. Yes. Anyone else there? Or yeah, it's the heresy group. Airsoft Europe. Do you think European airsoft is actually like? Do you reckon the European community is actually very much different to what ours is about? Do you think we're all pompous and moaning about the game and they're just enjoying it for what it is? Because they're heavy on the promotion and they're very heavy on the commercial.
Perhaps that's where we're wrong. Perhaps they're all like, feel good, joyous posts where we're all negative and pulling people apart.
That's just the British, though, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, pretty much.
Who was the meme king or queen of Arabs? Easy, Carlos Mario next.
Yeah. There's no debate there, is there?
Well, I think he hit a peak. And then he just nosedived after the bans. You know what I mean?
It's because you just keep getting banned, so you can add more content.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, listen, no one cares why you didn't turn up to work. They just care the fact that you didn't turn up to work, and that's what it was with Carlos. Your mean contribution was amazing, but you've got no consistency. Do you know what I mean? It's like being in a relationship and your birds come once in a whole lifetime, but you're still living off that one time you give her a leg shaker. Don't work like that, mate. You've got to continuously. And this is coming from a guy who is single. So, who was the best guest on the Arab stream in 2020?
Ooh. Best, or how would you kind of measure that?
Well, except for the kicking Mustang one, because I think that's more being us through here. But yeah, best, which made me the most entertaining, the most intrusive, the most controversial, the most informative.
I'm not too sure.
Okay.
No, me neither on that one, really.
Okay, 60 people responded to this because what this thing probably got bored of doing the poll, just as boring as I've got reading the results. This is like trying to find out like how many different variants of age you've got. When you realise you've just got one, you don't need to worry about all the different strains. You've got it. But strangely enough, the first one was I enjoyed the I need to do a poo bit that one time. Oh, okay, that's probably me because I've got irritable bowel syndrome. Okay, at 59, James Parker, and that was a late one. Me and you had a late one for about 2 or 3 in the morning.
What, an Arab stream?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, you came.
Oh, we did, didn't I? Because I had to go down and do it in the utility because you
kicked off at you.
You kicked off at me. What was he doing? To something stupid in the morning?
Yeah, so I think we got pissed. We got rat-arsed. Dave, Bespoke, James, again, Land Warrior. Okay, that was the ATB. Dave, James Parker, Ed Leo, Andy Levy, 100%. I can't count me. I just did them to get the ball rolling. James Parker, didn't watch, so I don't know. Valkyrie, Andy Levy, Luke. Luke's was good. Luke, I caught. He was having a meal with his missus, Ernie, and then I pulled him in. He nipped outside. He was having a romantic meal with his missus, and then come and did a stream with me. This is like your fella ditching out of dinner with him, and they're going to have a wank on OnlyFans. If your other half has dipped out of your dinner date and have come to do a Facebook live stream with me, that's when you know things are bad. Dave, kicking Mustang. He'd not been on there, but it says Dave, no idea. Probably some bald guy. James from Bespoke, Luke Negative Airsoft. None of them. Yeah, thanks. Fine, boot you with.
To the point.
Stretch on it. If so, stretch. Luke. James from Bespoke. Jenny Juarez. Jason Fergie. I joined Arabs too late. Okay. Luke. Oh god, fucking keyboard. Bespoke and Airsmiths. Nala wala wee wa wa wee wa.
So basically, what people are telling you is the best streams that we have is the ones where we drink more.
Pretty much.
I think it's the one that you did, because some of the Arab streams were really offshoot. So some of it was like attacking or trying to expose somebody, or we'd had a problem with someone who wanted to find out a little bit about it. Well, it's to do with mental health. It was to do with some issue. I think yours was the only stream that actually really just talked about airsoft. We talked about your price point on the guns on the Bespoke, and then we talked about the why that you came out of doing teching and you went more into retailing.
Perhaps because it was more of an informative thing than a negative thing. We weren't picking anything apart, were we?
It was, yeah.
But yeah, it was a good night. Perhaps not for Amanda because she didn't, get much sleep because we were being loud. But and he was like, transfer it to your phone. I was like, oh, okay. Sat in the garage.
That was the end of that. So what did we learn from that? What did we learn from that poll? It's absolutely fucking pointless doing them because people won't take them seriously after question 8. And it's a little bit like voting, isn't it? Nobody's actually voting with any common sense. They're just using it to vent off some steam about something that they're pissed off about, which was Dave mostly. Which is a bit unfair, actually, because I thought Dave came across all right in his stream, despite the fact he was reading. You'd ask him a question and say, so Dave, obviously, if your house was burning down and you had to rescue the missus or the dog or your kids, which one would you rescue first? And he was like, I'd just like to take this time to thank my parents for, and obviously, yeah, so.
Apparently, George is known. He's only heard you speak once in the last hour.
Me?
Yeah. Perhaps I need to give you like 30 minutes.
No, I'm just
give me the microphone for 30 minutes.
I feel
give
like
the people what they want.
What?
Well, okay. And in a domestic, my money's on Amanda. So
same.
There's mine.
No competition, really, is there?
Wow.
Thanks.
Please. And this is why I'm single. And this is why I'm single.
Why is that, Andy?
Because I'm unpopular. I'm unpopular. No,
it's definitely not your singing voice then.
I'm just gonna get my whiskey out. Let's get this a bit dark.
Oh, he's going hardcore now.
What's he drinking?
I don't know. What are you drinking? Whiskey?
Andy?
Hang on a second.
He's taking the bins out.
Yeah. It's quiet it goes once Andy's not speaking.
It's because you and me will just shut the fuck up and 2 years back.
But yeah, I'm just enjoying myself, having a drink. Yeah.
I've got my cheesy Watsits here, so I'm pretty golden.
I got told off for eating on stream.
I did, because the first time I did, I was eating cheesy Watsits as well, to be fair.
Apparently it's the worst thing you can do on stream is eat.
Really?
Subject to opinion.
Unless your microphone's off, I suppose. But
how drunk is Jenny? I don't know. If she's not that pissed and Kurt's gone to bed,
let's get her on.
Send her a link. Get her in.
I'll tell you what, I'll send her one now.
I'm surprised. We always have about, like, on the two platforms, about 40 to 60 people on average watching at any one time. And yet we've called people out, come and join the stream, come and ask questions, come and talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah.
And the only person so far to take us up on that has been Carlo. It came up for an hour. So
have we sent any invites out?
Jiraga Airsoft, isn't that George Shankster?
Yes.
Oh, hang on a second. I've read something.
If he's watching, I'll get him on.
Yeah, and
I've already asked George. He's got. I think he's busy with family stuff, but if you want,
fair enough.
Is he the guy he used to make some videos and now he's making a comeback? He's making some content.
Yeah, he's starting to make them again.
He made a really successful video called "How to Be a Hitman." I think it's got like 6.5 million views or something. Yeah, it's really. It's a really good video. It's really well done. If you get a chance, go check it out.
Have you got play it on here then?
If George wants to come in the comments and he's okay with me playing it, then I'll play it.
Yeah, but when you still get when it's still doing.
Yeah, I don't want to put someone else's apart from the Airsoft Pro League where I was ripping 10 shits out of it, but I don't want to put someone else's content on here without him saying okay. So if George, if you are watching,
let us know.
If you're happy with us playing How to Be a Hitman, let's watch it. It's a really good video. It's really well shot. But
who's saying they're wasted?
It's probably Jenny replying to her own message. Let's have it. Yeah, it was Jenny as well.
Wasted.
Who's Katie? Is that a partner?
I'm guessing so, yeah.
Oh, I can't see what we're doing.
People are calling her out on the stream now.
Jenny, you have a link to the stream on Messenger if you want to jump on. If you can't see or read at this current time, don't worry. We won't be offended.
She sent me a picture of all of these shots that her and her fellow was doing, Kirk. And
Oh,
like
dear.
basically some of the, you know, when you put in a base drink and then you put Baileys at the top, but it coagulates. And it was supposed to look like a slippery nipple, but I thought it was slippery airsofter because it was just a fucking mess.
Right, George has given us permission, I think, to play his video. So do you want to watch that?
Yeah.
Get on, yeah.
It's quite funny. You got a little listen for the little subtle lines. Some of them are absolute gems, but let's get this on here. So let's share the tab.
If I got any more gummy worms, no, I don't. I'm afraid I ate them or sent them out to customers.
So I'm going to full screen.
Sam Coles, look at that shit at Evo.
I'll full screen this, so feel free to watch and enjoy. Let me know if you want the volume turned up or down. I'll do my best, but here we go.
Any volume would be pretty good.
That's max.
I can't hear any.
Can't hear shit.
Oh, you can't hear
There's
it?
no volume. No, there's
Hold
no
on, hold
volume
on.
at the moment.
Hold on. I think I messed up with the screen share.
Hmm.
You have to click to share audio. It's not default. Right, here we go. Let's try again. Sorry, guys.
You know, people always ask me, why are you so obsessed with guns? And maybe it's time for me to tell you the truth. I'm a hitman. Now, I know what you're all thinking. How does that happen? It's a long story involving a camel, a walnut, and 3 pairs of chopsticks. Don't ask. Main thing to remember is this life, not for everyone. So you want to be a hitman. What's the first thing you need? Guns. No, you need a drink.
Oh, and then guns?
I mean, yeah, but what are you going to use them for?
To kill people?
Yeah, but who?
No.
And that's why you're the rookie, and I'm not. The number one thing to remember is always read the brief. Everything you need to know will be in this folder. If not, well, you're going to have to improvise. Vladimir? Next. Number 2, when it comes to actual killing, you're not limited to only guns. Be creative. Have fun. Speaking of guns, you need to know which one is suitable for which job.
So, this one?
Covert, stealthy, brutal.
How about this one? Now, this one I like.
Loud, scary, effective. For when you need to send a message.
Oh. And what does this do?
That's what that does. Nice. Another thing to remember is always wear the appropriate disguise. Take this neighborhood, for example. You need to learn to blend into your environment. The last thing you want to do is stand out. Yeah. What, fam? Back off, innit? You're like a chameleon, a master of disguise. You're like a ninja.
So, anything else? Throwing knives, parachuting? What about gadgets, like comfort ejector seats? Or are you going to teach me how to skin a live animal or with full interrogation? Anything?
Always make sure you have a killer breakfast. Is there anything else?
Hit women.
No, don't do that.
What happens if you get caught?
Say she fell?
No, I mean prison. Like, what happens if you get caught killing someone?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you are. If that happens, I guess sometimes it's just, you got to do what you got to do.
And that is?
And finally, and arguably most importantly, would you care to take a guess?
Leave the toilet.
Wow. Leave it up. Wow. That is stupid. No. Leave no witnesses.
Ah. Sorry.
Fuck. No. No. Yeah.
So we're not actually advocating people go out there and kill people, are we?
No, of course not. Like, they'll know it's a video by the fact that there's a video in the corner, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
This isn't a real gun, right?
Like I'd bring a real gun onto set with you around. Oh, God!
So,
You know what?
That's good, yeah.
That weren't bad at all. That really wasn't. Well done.
so I'd probably say it's probably my favourite video that George did because it's so well shot. Like you don't see like the amount of production value that goes into something like that. And I imagine he's probably I mean, I don't know. He's probably told me before, but imagine that like that was self-funded. So you know, it's not like you've got like a big budget like the BBC to go out and make a short video for YouTube, is it? But yeah, he's got a pretty cool channel to be honest. So
check into him. Well done. I'll tell you what though, it's one of the things where somebody's actually making content and it ain't trying to be edgy. It's not trying to be controversial. Yeah. It's not clickbait. It's pure fun of it. Reminded me a bit of is it the In-Betweeners? It felt like halfway between Peep Show and the In-Betweeners.
Say again?
You've not seen Peep Show?
I have seen Peep Show, yeah.
Yeah, it's only like half Peep Show and half In-Betweeners. That kind of comedy.
Very dry humour.
Yeah. What we're just going to do is we should actually just do a whole evening of sat down there watching YouTube videos and reviewing them.
Yeah.
What was the name of the old guy that used Barry Norman? Yeah. And we sat down there and say, this airsoft tube video, this YouTube video, this airsoft YouTube video was made in 1968 by David Bailey, James's dad, and kind of like what? Shot in Peru during the uprising. It's a film about love, lust, and Well, Jason, he's saying my second favourite video of George. Oh, it's the one with his mum. No, that's not right. No, it's what did he say? My second favourite video of George was made something shop visit of Combat UK. Oh, that's a shameless plug. Yeah, that is what is it? Arabs does Gogglebox. Nah, we already do. That's what Arabs do. It's a
Have you seen people literally do videos on YouTube where they sit and react to other videos? So all they're doing is reacting to a video. Have you ever watched one?
Yeah.
It's kind of
some of them are really
kind of watching Gogglebox, yeah.
But there's been that all controversy about that guy who's one of the head guys at Disney.
Here she is.
Oh, hello. Who's this?
Jenny.
Hello.
Hey, hang on.
Jenny had some technical difficulties finding something which would connect.
That's not Jenny. That's a Kurd.
Oh, hang on.
How are you two still standing? You've been drinking slippery airsofters all night.
We ran out.
You ran out? So what, have you moved on to the ketamine now, or? Which actually, me and Josh discussed this earlier, wasn't it? It's like if you imagine like cocaine soft, like where literally you just spiked everybody with cocaine and made them go and do a load of CQB, but you could have ketamine soft. Ketamine soft would be brilliant. Like
it'd be pretty slow.
Everybody has to do half a gram of ketamine and then go play airsoft
and try not to wet themselves.
Yeah.
He said that video cost him £3,000 to make.
Damn. What? To be fair, there's a lot of decent editing in that and a lot of expensive camera equipment, so I'm not surprised really. And if you think about all the guns as well.
George, what he did, I'm not sure if he still does now. I think he worked for the BBC, so he's obviously going to be in that kind of line of work.
Yeah.
He's very good with a camera.
I'm going to go and get a drink.
You do get like zero budget movies without having a shameless plug. If you go onto Amazon Prime or Amazon Video, there's a movie I'm in called Polar. and it's by a director called Dominic Jackson, not to be confused with Polar, the cool one with the hitman. It's Polar is like this dark comedy, romantic comedy. But the principle of it was something called Mumblecore, which is like this posh name for a type of movie that it is. But it was literally done on zero budget, and the whole movie from start to finish cost £200 to put together, and it ended up winning some film awards at some bizarre film festival in Croatia. But the guy literally had the idea. He was living in almost like a squat in his bedroom, bored of living in South London, and thought, stuff it, I'm going to go and make a movie. So people can literally, as George has just gone, get like an epiphany one day and go, stuff it. Do you know what? I'm gonna do ketamine and play airsoft. No, I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna do a movie. And I think if you were to get a mil sim or a battle sim done right, and you to have enough footage of it, you could edit an airsoft game to make it look like a movie. So if you took the footage and then went back on it and did some sort of narration or story, you know, I was only young when the infidels first came to Kent and flew in their Land Rovers and they shut up the old fields like the, you know. So I reckon there is a market for an airsoft movie. Is it Goraga Airsoft? Is that his name? Goraga.
Giaraga.
Airsoft. That
I'll tell you what, I'll put his comment back up because you'll see the account name there, Giaraga. But yeah,
go down a bit too quick. See, Jenny, I am drinking, but when you was trying to encourage me to drink earlier on, you was like well past me. You guys have got like a whole rack of shots and all that. Amanda, are you drinking?
Yeah, just Bucks Fizz.
Just Bucks Fizz?
Yeah.
So you're going to be drinking a Solar James later on for keeping you up on New Year's Eve, spending time chatting shit about airsoft.
I did give her an out. I did give her an out. I said, look, if you don't want to do it, it's probably going to be uneventful. You know, you cancel and say, I don't want to do it anymore.
Let's make a conversation about Amanda and let's bring her into the fold. You know, so Amanda, like, what do you get pissed off about airsoft? When you've been playing, what are the things that are riling you? Other than James, what riles you about airsoft?
Thanks, mate.
What riles me up? This is probably quite an extensive list.
Go on, rant it out.
Oh, God, no. Oh, I'm terrible when I rant as well.
Oh, come on, I'll give you advice and
Let's get a bit closer.
Oh my God, I feel like I'm on the spot now and I can't even think of anything.
Just let it all out. It's like counselling.
She rants about airsofters every day.
I do. every day. And now I'm on the spot. I'm like,
okay, like try and see me as an airsoft counsellor, because that's what Arabs is really about. You come in, you take your bat, you smash it up, and then you walk out and you enjoy the rest of your airsoft day. So that's what it is. So is it obviously you're part of an airsoft business or you're affiliated to?
Yeah.
Do airsofters as customers piss you off?
Yes.
So
sorry, but
anyone that has an airsoft business and they will tell you that the airsoft customers do not piss them off doesn't have a legitimate airsoft business.
Jenny has just done a fucking Beyonce then. Don't you tell me about it. Hell no.
Do you know, I was saying, sorry.
Messaged us on fucking Christmas Day saying my son's gun is making the noise and it's not firing. Please help. And I mean, it's our own fault. Like, it was my own fault because I didn't turn instant message off. But I felt like I needed to reply because we were marked as online. I was just like, Jesus fucking Christ, it's Christmas Day. You know, message us when it's not Christmas Day. Like, wow. Anyway.
No, yeah. Jenny, you know as well as I know, the actual response was, you just wait there, Karen. Right now, I'm going to send an Uber 260 miles in the opposite direction to pick little Tyra Tarquin's gun up. And what we're going to do, he only bought a G&G CM16 Raider, but I'm going to send you a Tokyo Marui 416 Dev Grew down with all the trade, just to say soft. And here's a bunch of flowers. You know what I mean? That's what you should have done, Jenny. And you know this. You know?
But what we actually did was, did you actually do the windy bullshit on your high cap mag?
Really?
That's why your gun's making.
I think the top three for us has been postage. So I've ordered something Christmas Day. Why haven't I got it yet? And it's like the 26th of December. The next one was moaning at us that all guns don't come with batteries and chargers. It's like, well, this guy said to me the other day, he said, well, the advert doesn't say it comes with a battery and charger, but it also doesn't say that it doesn't come with a battery and charger. I was like, how have you sorted that logic out in your head? You know, surely, if it says included battery and charger and you haven't got it, but I think it's just airsoft. It's like an occupational hazard, I think.
So Amanda is actually like sucking up your negative energy that you're experiencing it. You're bringing it home. She's probably got a nice dinner rate waiting on the table, having done a hard day's work herself. And then you're moaning. So Amanda, when you're playing the game, what pisses you off about airsofters when you're playing the game? Do you get a lot of simping?
No.
You do on your OnlyFans.
Well, that's some OnlyFans.
She does.
So that's a bit different, isn't it?
Look at Kirk's smile. You know what? If I got Josh, we could be setting up the first airsoft swingers community where we all meet up and swap guns.
Like, you imagine working the airsoft community is like,
right,
can sometimes be just absolute AIDS. You imagine what it's like doing something like an OnlyFans with the airsoft community. It's even worse.
Yeah.
Not even good AIDS, bad AIDS.
I'm not going to mention the girl. It's not Kelly. It's not Kelly Bash. I think what Kelly does is amazing. She looks brilliant, but it's not about her. There's another couple of like females that have tried it, and one actually came to me and said, "Andy, if I did this, my boyfriend said it's fine, but what would Arabs think?" And I'm thinking, what the fuck? Do you know what I mean? You don't really.
You know what? I always say, if there's an area or an industry or a community or a niche where you can draw money in from someone, you should be well within your right to claim it. You know, if people want to pay money for like access to an OnlyFans account where they just see more photos of the said individual, it doesn't have to be like, nudity stuff. A lot of people like Kelly. I don't think Kelly does any nude stuff as well, does she?
No.
You're just paying. You're just paying for more content. So what you see on Instagram, if you want more, there's a paywall.
So what you're trying to say is, instead of donating money to starving kids in Africa, I need to be donating money to starving influencers in the UK. I've got you. So
it's almost like an Instagram members area. Like you've got it on YouTube, you have YouTube channels, and people then pay a subscription fee to the YouTube channel just to get that extra content, and that's what it is.
Yeah.
So I think it's there's a bit of a stigma around it, I think, but
not for me.
If you've got it, flaunt it. You know what I say?
Amanda, let's talk about you a bit more because we've had 2 hours and 7 minutes of Andy, Josh, and Carlo chatting shit. So what else has been pissing you off about airsoft, or what have you loved about it? Either way. What's been pissing you off about it?
I've got such a love-hate relationship with the community and in general, because it's such a great bunch. I've only had 2 drinks. A great bunch of people, but oh my god, the biggest whingers when they want to be. It's so bizarre. You can be the best of friends with one person the one day, and then the next day it's like World War III with them, and it's weird, isn't it? I mean, how long? I've been in this industry since 2013. 2013,
maybe, yeah.
Which is quite a long while, I think, but.
I think you might be struggling a little bit because I think there's a delay from the microphone to your headset.
There is a little bit, yeah.
So I've had to set up like 2 computers to do 2 sets of headphones. So we're using the one microphone, and I can hear when she's talking. There's like a second delay coming through her earphones. So
I thought what she was actually doing is what we don't do here, which is think before we speak. I thought, I've asked this question, and she's really opening up a can of worms here. And I'm glad rather than getting pissed and just saying shit and regretting it the following morning, you're thinking about.
I think it's quite interesting. I mean, there's this whole thing about female airsofters, and I don't think sometimes it needs to be blown up as much as it does, because at the end of the day, they're just going to do the same hobby that you're doing. Yes, there's not as many female airsofters doing it, but I mean, Jenny will probably be able to say as well. I mean, you do sometimes get treated differently just because it's a very male-dominated sport, don't you?
Where I used to work, on one of my first days there, somebody actually put a complaint in against me. And I could only assume it's purely for the reason of the fact that I was a woman. And he actually, in length, wrote a scripted conversation that me and him had allegedly had. And he accused me of blowing a raspberry in his face. And it baffles me the extent that, I don't want to be really sexist, but that some men will go to against women in this industry.
You're not being sexist at all.
But
blokes can be disgusting sometimes.
Yeah. I mean,
we all know that.
There've been other times where I've been stocking up the storefront, and I remember a guy very obviously talking really loudly, so he wanted me to hear, and he turned around and he's like, airsoft is a man's sport. I don't think it's right that women play. They need to stay where they belong. And I just looked at him and I just thought, what are you trying to achieve?
Well, obviously, you went on to open Dave's Custom Airsoft, and it is the business that it is today. So. Dave, joking. Love you, mate. Totally think very differently of you. Absolutely no chance that you're part of the English Defence League whatsoever. But you know, it doesn't surprise me. It really doesn't. And you know, there are some really.
I mean, let's just get one thing clear. I mean, the sort of experiences Amanda's talking about is when she worked at another retailer. I mean, if she worked in, you know, if she was working in the Bespoke shop and someone said that to her, it would not be put up with, regardless. And you know, I've asked people to leave the shop for far less. And I think it needs to be one of those things that you just don't put up with. If someone starts,
I don't know. I've answered the phone for Bespoke many times, and instantly, it's like a shock that there's a woman on the other end of the phone, and they don't want to talk to me. And straight away, they'll be, oh, and you can tell there's instantly that shock of hearing a woman's voice as opposed to a man.
You look at our American counterparts, and there's a great photographer called Rob Kano. Like, so if you go onto Instagram and look for Rob Kano, ROBCANO, and he has some of the most prolific sexual images of women with guns, and they're celebrated. Guns and women, and gun culture and women are celebrated in America. You look at Rob Kano's photography, it's everything that any woman would want to do in the UK. So I do think it's actually not men. I think it's actually conservative British culture, you know, that has gone, oh, yeah, you know what, women need to be this, that, the other. And you can go, all right, Poland, what's the name of the girl who's from, is it Magda? She's a sports model. Okay, yeah, she looks like she could pole vault over fucking what? Who's what? Is that Josh talking? Is Josh getting the bollocking off his girlfriend? That girl from Poland who's Magda, she's a sports model as well as like a airsoft influencer. Now she don't think two ways about it. She's got an athletic body away she goes. In America, obviously Unicorn Leah's got the fucking tit size of 36 states of the states. So it's like, wow, okay, she don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? She's had lots of criticism of parents saying my 14-year-old boy Joshua has been seen beating his monkey over to your video. So
back to call him Joshua.
So, but there is a very conservative nature about the British. Do you know what I mean? Like, okay, maybe. I think it'd be slightly different if we had like Jamaican airsoft. Could be like, yo, what baby go? Well, like up your fire. You know what I mean? It'd be like, you'd be brilliant, but there's something intrinsic about British airsoft, which is very.
Are we genetically negative?
You know what? People are going to think I'm burying my head up his ass, but he makes some salient points, even though I don't agree with all of them. James Bailey, I can't call him Kicking Mustang. That's like me meeting Mark Hamill and calling him Luke Skywalker. he's right in what he's saying. Is that there's a proportion of airsofters that are over conservative, and there's a proportion of them that are so liberal left wing that actually, no matter what you say in Britain, you could upset someone. Do you know what I mean? So if you don't let somebody get the tits out during airsoft, you're considered, sexist. And if you do let them, you're considered over liberal. Do you know what I mean? There's like this contradiction of culture. You know, some people love brutal airsoft. Some people want it to be like a game of tick and kiss chase. You know, so I think there's something weird about UK culture in itself, and I think it's mirrored in airsoft. You go to America, look at Rob Kano, be like, wow, bodybuilder fit women with implants and butt cheek implants with huge, and Kurt's like, what's the name of this guy again? And so, and it's like, and you go, wow, that's what it's about. Women, great gear, huge guns, great photography. What's not to like about that? You know, do that in America, do that in the UK. Shut them down. It's terrible. It's fucking disgusting. You know. That's my rant done. That's my rant of 2020. I want to see more tits. I want to see more guns, and I want to see more body armor and better photography in airsoft for women.
Yeah, I've said this many times before. I said it years ago when I worked for, back when I worked for JD. But sex sells, no matter what industry it is. At the end of the day, the facts are what the facts are.
Yep.
And if you have a woman scantily clad holding an M4, pushing it on Taiwan gun or whatever, I think they got a bit of hate for doing it. But, to the kids out there and the adult kids out there, they're going to be drawn to it because it's just human. It's just nature. Blokes are drawn in to ass and titties. Would you agree?
Yeah, but
Just saying as it is.
You know, I'm going to shut up, Jenny. Are you sober enough to make comments into this?
What about arse and
ass and titties? Ass and titties. Ass titty. Sorry.
Do you know what? If it encourages more people to get into not going to call it sport, if it encourages more people to get into airsoft, then whatever. I haven't got a problem with anyone getting their tits out, legs out, whatever. It doesn't bother me at all. Just as long as they don't try and tar every female in airsoft with the same brush, because every female that I've met in airsoft has been completely different.
Mm-hmm.
You've got girls that are serving, ex-serving, girls that are quite petite and quite demure, but they kick ass on the airsoft field. You've got girls that have struggled with anxiety and depression, but they come into airsoft and they come into their own.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got the girls that just have lady balls who just go and boss the boys around.
You've hit. If I measure that by my own experience, you know what? I've met plenty of dickhead airsofter guys. I've not met one dickhead airsofter girl. I met an airsofter girl who's going out with a dickhead airsofter guy. She's having to put up with this shit, but not. And I can name him. So I've not met Sabrina, who's on the Arabs, and she does what she does. But I've had plenty of conversations with her outside of Arabs, and she's cool as fuck, educated, smart. She understands the difference between right or wrong. Robin Lane or RS Lane, one of my best mates. I met Kelly, even though I have this thing about taking the piss. She's actually cool as fuck. Do you know what I mean? Like, so despite the fact I shouldn't really say that, she's actually a really, really sound girl. Becky, I think Ben Gittas Nash, the guy with the doorbell name with more money than sense. His girlfriend, I met her. She's actually really, really sweet and sound. Airsoft Kitty, she was brilliant. Chloe Walmsley, she's on the Arrows page. She's brute as fuck. There's only one female dickhead in airsoft that I've ever met, and that's Jade Bromfield. And I don't think that she's a dickhead on purpose. I just think she's genetically predisposed to being a dickhead. So, she's a nice person in real life. But I've never really met a proper dickhead female airsoft, but plenty of dickhead blokes. Do you think the dickhead gene is intrinsically masculine?
Yeah.
Amanda?
Do I think it's just genetically masculine?
Being a dickhead, is it genetically masculine?
No, because I'm a dickhead. I am.
Oh, James, you've got a good one there, mate. You've got a good one there.
I really am a dickhead. And there's been, for a long time, I used to say to James, I can't go and play Airsoft because somebody will piss me off and I'll end up smacking them in the head with the stock or something like that.
That's just you being angry, though. That's not you being a dickhead.
Maybe, but
though she's never done that. Let me just say that.
oh yeah, just to point that out, I haven't actually done.
But what about home? How many times have you rifle butted James for coming home?
I could show you the lumps on the back of my head.
It's all lies.
She just punches me in the face with it.
I do,
and
yeah.
Claims that she's sleep punching or something.
Brilliant.
She'd be asleep and you'd be like, oh God, she's been punched in the face.
Deep down, I'm like,
oh, I've got no memory of that.
Oh, Josh, like me, are you feeling left out? I mean, what the fuck's happened to your head?
Trying to mess with my video cameras there, brightness.
Like a broken lipo there. You just
I missed that. What are you doing? Do it again.
Hang on. I was trying to find the right filter and I hit this one by accident.
You need to do streams like that from now on. That's how they need to be done.
Just done a fundraiser for a guy in a wheelchair for new wheels, and now we've got to get a fucking face pro for the Elephant Man. Great.
Oh dear.
Oh, what was your question, Andy? I want.
Are you feeling a bit left out, me? Like, you know, because obviously these two have got successful airsoft relationships, and me and you are like bearded and balded and fat and on our own.
Yeah, thanks. That's there goes my self-esteem for the night. Yeah. Did have to point it out, did you, Andy, mate?
I'll be back in a minute. I was going to get me some temazepam. I'll be right back.
It's not a thumbprint, Simon. It's just a fist print. It's just.
Actually, so, you know, in the gym world, they say around to say couples that train together stay together. Obviously, you know, I've never played airsoft with my last girlfriend because she spent 8 years in the forces and 17 years as a copper. And she was like, I've shot the real thing. I don't need to run around in the woods and play it like you do with your toy guns, which obviously,
savage.
You know, fundamentally stripped me of all of my masculinity in one fucking foul sentence. But do you think, obviously, couples that play airsoft together stay together?
He won't actually go and play airsoft without me.
Oh,
it doesn't feel right.
Is he autistic?
Oh.
Went to see Mark twice without him and Red Alert.
Yeah, that's because
I've been to 3 games without him. I'm just like,
oh fuck. Fair play. And the story behind your business journey, didn't you you guys wake up one morning and thought, fuck it, you played airsoft, you really like it. Now you're just going to open up a business and fucking like throw a career away and just do it?
No, so I mean, Kirk had worked self-employed and for another airsoft retailer for a while before.
Sorry.
Yeah, you know, I just finished all of my cancer treatment and things, and we were kind of sitting there going, right, well, you know, what do we do with ourselves? And we came across Ex-Forces Enterprise that support, you know, anyone serving or ex to start up their own business. Kirk approached them to go and start Airsoft Anonymous on his own. They looked at the, you know, the brief business plan, and they just turned around and said, you haven't got enough experience. So then I kind of jumped in and said, right, okay, I'll write you a business plan. I've got the business experience, blah, blah, blah. Wrote a business plan. I hadn't set foot on an airsoft site. I hadn't been in an airsoft shop. And there is fuck all in terms of resources for like, you know, statistics and, you know, all the information you'd need to build a business plan. Mm-hmm. Anyway, built the business plan. They said, yeah, okay. And then we went off and set up Airsoft Anonymous, incorporated in July. I had my first game in September. Yeah, Spartan, I think. No. Well, no, I went down and took pictures of you guys at Eyesight, and then I went and had my first game at Spartan. And that was...
Which one? Spartan, the indoor site at the school?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah, he took me there for my first game, and I just went, I don't know where I'm going. He just fucked off. He ran. And I started,
that's what he did. He just pissed off and left me.
How can you say I fucked off and left you when we were in a CQB site that was no bigger than the house?
For one, right. I wear glasses, and I am partially blind without them.
The first
so he runs.
Here's a fun fact. Here's a fun fact for you, Andy. Here's a fun fact, Leanne. The first person that Amanda ever shot was Kelly Femme Fatale, and she was on our team.
And I love Kelly, but it was CQB. And I was already, you know, your adrenaline's going. This is my first game, and I was
She walked
a
out
bit
of
on
spawn.
edge. I just heard somebody creeping up behind us. So straight away I turned around and shot her, didn't I? Oh,
She's walking out of spawn. She got absolutely slotted with an Evo.
I think, you know, in many ways, I'd probably like to unload on Kelly. Definitely. Yeah.
Oh, God. But you did leave me. You did leave me.
I didn't leave you.
You left me.
The thing is, it wouldn't matter if it was you or someone else. I think everyone can say you go into an airsoft site, and when you get into especially a CQB environment, sometimes, I mean, I just like to go quiet and just sneak around and shoot people in the back when they're not expecting it. It's just the type of play. Because I've been doing it for like over 10 years.
You also shot me.
Yeah, well, it's got to be done.
No, in the game.
Have you ever played with Robin Lane, RS Lane?
No.
Fucking brutal. Like, so me and Robbie started talking through Facebook and this, that, the other, and we added each other on COD, and I was going up to see my grandparents, and she was hanging around with her mate Becky. I said, why don't we all meet up for a game? So we thought we'd go to Bravo 1, which is, you know, RIP Bravo 1. It's sadly closed. And I got a bit of an understanding because I've been playing online with her, and you could see that she was getting frustrated when she plays Call of Duty. But as a fucking airsoft player, like, she got it in her head that she was doing fucking room clearance. Like, she's like, in her head, and quite possibly career-wise, she's like, one day I want to be a CTFSO, and she plays fucking airsoft like that, and she's like doing all these fucking peeks round and fucking C-clamping and ducking and this, giving people fucking. I'm like, I just sat back and watched for about 5 or 10 minutes. You know, it's like watching, and so she's probably one of the hardest players, and she's also martial, so she's watched CQB play over the years and go, people that don't enjoy CQB are the ones that hold back. And they feel uncomfortable about getting into the game. You know,
you got to keep moving in CQB.
Zone. The ones, and it, you know, we've got to talk about some real still bollocks here, not like a no. If you're apprehensive in CQB, it's going to add to your vulnerability. But if you just go fucking at it and try and do it,
I think, which is probably what me and Duncan did, didn't we? I mean, Duncan, I probably spoke about Duncan before. He was the guy, the mind behind the TRMR and the other big distraction devices on the market. And I was with Duncan, and we're just very used to just going in, just throwing the bangs in the room and just clearing rooms. So we probably did just just through and just
the Peria gone. I couldn't see, no glasses, fell over a step. I'm sprawled on the floor on my own like
this
shit.
is at West Mid CQB site. So that was the first
command. High command. I've said this for the last 12 months on Arab Stream. If you want to get schooled in CQB, in and about Strike Force, you know, like Strike Force is quite soft. In and about any other site that I've seen, you go and play fucking West Mid Side Command, and you're going to get schooled. And the amount of people that are firearms officers, or there are in UKSF, or they're from international European close protection units, they go and play at fucking high command. And the reason being is that even those guys get schooled. You know, you don't go to high command to learn how to play CQB. You go to high command to learn from your mistakes. So when you play high command, it's like, okay, you think you can clear rooms and you can go in there with a 4-man squad and cover all your fucking angles and blah, blah, blah. And sometimes I'm going to cut the pie. Don't matter me, you've got to cut the pie when you've got some guy who's done 2 boosters of ketamine from fucking West Brom, who's in there for the first time. It's like, oh, this is fucking brilliant. This is. Okay, that was me. But
what, you're from West Brom?
Yeah, I'm a Yammer originally.
You're not from West Brom, though, are you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Over the years, I've hidden the Yam Yam accent so I could get employed. You know,
you can't hide the Yam Yam accent. You can suppress it.
And the first person to teach me to hide my accent was my granddad. My granddad is 87 years old and he's Jamaican, and he doesn't have. He has a bit of the Pato accent, but he doesn't talk like a typical yardie. So you'll never hear my granny, you're in a bomber club, miss here, and I big up the Babylon. So it doesn't work like that. But if you've ever watched Desmond's, he talks like that. So anyways, as a young kid, I would turn around and he would say, you're Andrew, or Handrew, because obviously Jamaicans, they put a H in the front of everything they don't hear. Handrew, tell me the number 5. And I would go, 5. And he would take the piss out of me. I've got this Jamaican guy taking the fucking piss out of my accent. I was like, yo, you're from Jamaica. Why are you taking the piss out? So after a while, I learned how to speak English because, let's face it, if you're from West Brom, it's not English that you're talking. It's like some fucking dialect. And so I curbed it down. And the moment I curbed it down, I find my pay increase went up. I started getting better jobs because people thought I could speak English. You know, so my first native language is yam yam, yo are, yo do no, yo di, yo day. Whereas obviously now,
do you know, the past 3 weeks, I've had a guy call me up, or in fact, a couple of people call me up, and every time they call me up, they don't ask for James, they ask for Brummy. That's my name now. I get called Brummy. Oh, he's Brummy there.
Chalk, is it?
My name's not Brummy, you prick. It's fucking James.
Is it Phil Chalk? Is it Phil Chalk phoning you up?
No, it's not Phil. No, it's not Phil.
Phil's known me since I was about 7 or 8. Like Phil Chalk, his old man used to, and his old lady used to run a pub in West Brom called the Halfway House. And I grew up with Phil, and then I grew up and moved away, and and got a life outside of West Brom, which is what you're supposed to do, really. So, right, listen, I'm going to put some ice in my whiskey glass. Here's my whiskey glass. It says, "This is one of my Christmas presents. Have one on me. Merry Christmas, budget Deadpool." So
budget Deadpool. Mate, if I don't see you in red leather, I'll tell you what, man, I'm just going to turn around and come home.
Amanda, if you want to know why your own fella's not subscribing to your OnlyFans account, but he's still got the direct debit coming out of his account, it's because he's subscribing to me, babe.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Oh, dear. How are we doing, Josh?
My head's hurting because as much as I like this snapback, like you got that little bobble bit in the middle, which all the bits connect to. That with this headset digs in right to the top of me fucking mullet. So I've had to switch it around now that we're 2 hours in.
Can you not rock the snapback?
No, I've got to wear a snapback. I've done for like the last 10 years, Shaq. Can't take it off now.
You find all your hair's worn away like mine.
It's just got like a shape. Like like when you put a trampoline on grass or a tent on grass. It's just like that. Yeah. Every time I take it off.
Yeah, oh, you must have wore a lot of hats when you were a kid. No, I didn't, you bloody son. It's just old age and stress. You got this to look forward to, your hair for it. I laughed at people.
Oh, that's right. As long as I've got the beard at least.
It might be slightly genetic. And I think that's probably why I grow the face fluff, because I'm getting less up top, maybe. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, it compensates.
It's all about balance.
Yeah, balance. If it comes off here, it's got to go on down here.
You know what?
Yeah, exactly.
You see this whiskey here? It reminds me of Unicorn Leah. It's going down too quickly.
She don't get a lot of love, does she? She don't do herself any favours.
Yeah,
no, she's done a bit of drama online, ain't she?
I'm starting to realise every time I make these stupid comments, it's really secretly because I like these people. I think that's what it is. It's like it's pure simp hate. Is that's what? In fact, that's actually apparently that's what I would be now, isn't it? I would be classed as an incel, a involuntary celebrate. Oh, what the fuck's that?
That's
my family trying to say what you're doing.
Ben's family trying to get over.
Look at this functional relationship and the family.
Get a family on here as well.
Oh look, I play airsoft with my partner. We're in a loving couple. And I've got a functional family. Yeah.
Well, you might be joining us soon, Budget Deadpool.
What do you mean?
Hey, proposal right there, haven't you?
You got this new missus, haven't you? This.
No, I haven't. So, what happened was, I went out on a date to Isle of Wight when it was in Tier 1, so I wasn't catching COVID. And like she's great. She's a great girl. She really is. But I've come out of like a 4 year long relationship, and I've just been fucking this year, except for COVID. I've been really enjoying my own company. And so my bullshit radar's up. The moment that anything comes into my sphere of going, that stinks of shit, I'm batting it away. You know that meme where it's got anxiety, stress, drama, trauma, it's a boom, 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 boom. So, the moment you don't give me an erection, I'm just not fucking interested. And then obviously you add to the fact that we've had a lack of airsoft in there. Right, it's all compounded into going like, if something's fucking affecting my aura, if something's coming into my personal fucking emotional space, I'm fucking swatting it. That's how it is. Like, so I've become accustomed to like drinking, which is great, and talking shit on the internet, on Arab. It's been brilliant.
Chat shit, get pissed.
The first part of lockdown, we haven't really come on to the subject about, but the first part of lockdown was brilliant. Like, I got furloughed and I just got fucking slaughtered for 2 months. Thoroughly enjoyed myself, and I don't make any apologies about it. I was like, yeah, great, fuck me, bring it all on. And the third month was a bit weird. I started to feel guilty. Do you know what I mean? You know, if you've been with a company that you've left 3 months ago, but they're still paying you for work that you haven't done. You take the first 2 payments and go, whoo, and on the third one you think, wow, these motherfuckers are going to claw it back. And that's how it felt with the third month of furlough. On the fourth month, for the turn around and said, they're bringing you back in. I was like, no, I'm an alcoholic. What the fuck are you trying to do? I'm fucking right in a fucking swing of this here. I've got my Arab page. I've got fucking everything going on. I've been playing some airsoft on the sly, because I did play airsoft on the sly right in the fucking peak of it, and I don't care. And so I've got this whole year. It's been quite like sort of turbulent, and And so like having a relationship, I would like to go out. I would like to go out with somebody who would play and enjoy airsoft, or an existing airsofter. The problem is that there's a couple of them out there have existingly got chaps. So what I need to do is just like plant drugs.
Was that like years ago when like
and then throw their heads and get their boyfriends arrested? That kind of shit.
Was that like years ago when you wanted to meet a woman that was into gaming?
Yeah.
But now like gaming's so socially accepted now that everybody does it anyway. So what's the new niche that you can find someone in?
The problem is when I used to meet girls that were into drugs and dance music, they do all my drugs, and that kind of that really seemed fucking fair. Do you know what I mean? And it's very difficult to meet a girl if she does all your BBs. Do you know what I mean? So it's all right, baby. I'll just go and buy your own BBs. But back in the day, it was like that's how it is. So I'm on the single market. If you girls know any of your female friends that want a dysfunctional fake Birmingham person who lives in North Devon, who's a bit of a gobshite, set me
Who
up.
likes smoking socks?
Who likes smoking socks? Yeah, exactly. Fucking love socks.
Well, you never know.
Wait, hang on a second. Not once have I picked my nose tonight, and not once have I dropped the C-bomb.
Proud
That's
of you.
really good. This has got to be the only video that you've not dropped the C-bomb in, but there's still time yet. So,
yeah.
And the whiskey's going down, so it's only going to get harder for you.
Yeah. All right, so we've been doing this streaming thing, between us and 3 or 4. But what are you finding? Are you finding that you put James? I guess his question's for Josh. No one knew what your fucking face was up until you come on Airsoft. You used like this fucking icon on there, and Jenny, we've grown to know who you are. Amanda, I've been logged onto your OnlyFans for ages, and Kirk, I've been onto your.
Oh, so it's you that's buying all the pictures.
I have all 47 subscribers, mate. I'm fucking broke. But do you think next year? Do you think that you'll probably more concentrate more on like content and building up like what we're doing on here? Because there's people that have come and tried it. Let's face it. Like this,
I think I've always said that the streaming aspect is a very small section of like the YouTube and what we do on that. So the YouTube, I started it because I wanted to do videos and I wanted to show people certain things. And when I started Bespoke, I started doing things with the Striker platform and showing people how to change springs out, simple things like that.
Mm-hmm.
I've never done YouTube as like a payment thing, or trying to do it as as trying to make YouTube a source of income. I've never done YouTube to try and gain views. It's just put yourself out there and see how it goes. And then, I've done YouTube on other bits and pieces before when I was doing airsoft as a bit of a side venture. But when Bespoke really started, sort of getting a bit of traction, and with a bit of thanks to Mr. Kicky Mustang, he did give me a few points to change certain bits around, and it is getting more viewers now, more subscribers. I think it's just more put yourself out there and people accept you or they don't. I think it's very much like normal social media.
But Amanda's just fucked off the moment you started talking about kicking Mustangs.
She's just letting one of the little furry ninjas in. So if you
got 6 cats, haven't you?
We've got 5.
5.
What happened to number 6?
We rehomed Baloo because
is that what Carlo was playing with earlier on?
Say that again.
Is that what Carlo? You weren't here. Carlo was playing with his cat and he was just fucking attacking him.
Yeah. Come here.
Okay, so James, I'm just going to phone in on here, like so.
I'm intrigued by. I'm fascinated with YouTube, and I'm not to a point where like I want to be successful on YouTube. That's not the case. I'm just fascinated with it, like with airsoft. When I first got into airsoft, I find it all interesting, all the ins and outs of it and how it works. So I think we've done these streams. I've always said these streams are a bit more for us than for getting like thousands of people. We're never going to get that kind of viewership. Like I say, we normally average between like 30 and 60 people. It dips up and down, but just do it. I mean, we have a social. We chat a load of rubbish. We get drunk. And if other people want to join in, then it's, fair play. Join in. There's no like real push there to like. I think one of the guys accused us when we had Kicking Mustang on. He accused, I think, me and you of basically having him on the show to try and make ourselves more relevant and try and gain a bigger audience. And I was like, why are you smoking? Because like that's not.
And where do you get it from? And how much is it per gram? And do they deliver?
And if you had a real conversation with Mr. Bailey and you asked him what we mostly talk about, it's YouTube, and it's just we just talk about stuff that we think that is interesting. We don't talk about any of the controversial stuff. I'm just fascinated to know more about what he does with YouTube and how it all works. So
I think his model, because he's actually a fucking sound person, but I think his model is to seek out inflammatory content that's going to get people either their adrenaline rushing or riled up. And here's the thing, it's like if somebody was a shop or a manufacturer or a distributor, if they would turn around and say and exposing, like, for instance, I tell you what, somebody should have exposed the Wee Browning fucking Mark III. And Luke almost tried to. If Luke knew all the pointers, the fucking arrows, the fucking wording, how all the tricks of the trade of YouTube. If Luke, I would hazard a guess, and it's not so fucking pointing. I'm a huge fan of Luke Negative Airsoft. I wish he had the same traction as what Kicking Mustang has. Because Negative Airsoft, he gives away in the fucking title. He shows what shit about airsoft and airsoft techs and airsoft manufacturers and airsoft myths. So.
But I think Luke does kind of use that to his like advantage as well. Like I like Luke and what he does with Negative Airsoft. I watch him; he's very funny. But he does pick out some things sometimes where I think it might put someone off a platform where, to be honest, it's not actually that big of an issue. Like the one that he did was, I think it was the Ares APC 9K. It was a small submachine gun that we did. And when we looked at it, we thought it was really good. And when he looked at it, he said all his negative stuff about it. And I didn't particularly agree with it, but I think that is now his persona. I feel like in his videos, he's Negative Airsoft. He has to be negative about stuff sometimes. I'm not trying to cause a load of hassle for him or anything. But so I do watch his videos sometimes and think, oh, that's not entirely true.
But that's that. If you look how he's got up in subscribers, like I'll talk about it now. I'm thinking about taking Arabs onto YouTube, and because obviously it seems that being a bit of a C-nook pays on YouTube, but not support going getting paid. It's almost so like the people who are part of Arabs can see that they're ranting, which is probably shared amongst lots of people in the airsoft community, has got a voice in a different platform. But if you look at Luke, if you talk to him outside of it, as you talk to James Bailey, I'm not going to call the guy Kicking Mustang anymore. It's like I said, I don't feel comfortable calling people by their pseudonym names. But they understand that actually negativity sells. But what people actually like is a bit of justice outside of the negativity. You know, it's not just negativity isn't all about shitting on stuff, is it? That's the thing. Well, people look at negativity and thinking he's bringing things into a bad light. Actually, if you can look at where the problem is in certain parts, you find out where the solution is. You know, so I mean, Jenny's on here now, and we'll talk about it. I don't want to get too deep into why she's pissed up, and we're talking about it about ATP and the airsoft industry. But one of the things that I challenged Kicking Mustang about is saying, well, why don't you have like a fucking, what's the word? A graded, what would you call it? A grading of airsoft sites, which goes, when you go to this site and this game, it's going to be graded 10 out of 10. In which case, we're going to play into the full power limits. Headshots are encouraged. We don't care whether you wear face covering or this, that, the other. And we'll play to a level of suppression. So until you put your hand up, you're going to get drilled. Not one hit and see if you're going to get drilled. At the bottom end of the airsoft scale is full face protection is completely encouraged. And we play subpar under 330 FPS, even on snipers. And so for that matter, what you then get is like the gauging of airsoft, which is where it's at. Because the inflammatory stuff is really selling well. You know, headshots sell well, negative reviews sell well, controversy sells well. So that's one end of the spectrum where people are making a shed load of money. And the tabloids sell papers on this. No one's ever put on the front of a newspaper tabloid something really positive and the vote sold. They put something fucking really terrible. And then on the flip side, you've got people that just want to hear good news. So it's almost like actually you can't criticize negative airsoft or Kicking Mustang for doing these inflammatory, controversial videos because that's what people want.
But you know, I think I've caused a bit of a
well, James, let me ask you this. Sorry to interrupt. If you felt that you could make more money off YouTube by slating products rather than reviewing them, would you do it?
If you asked me the question, if I could make more money going on YouTube, doing what Mr. Bailey does, shooting people in the head and making a bad persona for yourself, potentially in the community, 100%. The amount of money that some of these YouTubers are on is absolutely extortionate amounts of money. And let's face it, at the end of the day, if someone come to you and said, right, I'm going to pay you, you know, £15,000-20,000 a month to go and cause a load of rubbish on a camera or go and record a camera and shoot people in there and do stuff like that, whatever it is you're going to do. I'm not picking on James, but we're going to pay this amount of money a month. Would you do it? I'll be like, hell yeah, sign me up straight away. Because let me break it to you, being an airsoft retailer in today's day and age, you don't make that kind of money in terms of wages. Like you'll do it in turnover and profit and stuff like that as a company, but you're not going to make 20 grand a month in wages being an airsoft retailer.
Turnover's vanity and profit is sanity. There you go.
There you go. So they do make a lot of money for what they do. Are you happy being in a bad light in the community? If you are, yes. You know, the plus side is you can earn an absolute shit ton of money. Could you earn the same amount of money and have a different take on it and be really positive and such? Probably not. You know, if you look at all the airsoft videos that do well on YouTube, a majority of them have some kind of, I wouldn't say negative, but like, you know, there's some kind of headshots or sniper destroys the whole team with this overpowered gun or something like that. So, you know, they do it for a reason.
But you wouldn't actively go out there and set up here's the top 10 worst airsoft guns.
I've caused, I was going to say this as well, I've caused grief for myself doing the Bespoke YouTube videos because I've reviewed something, and even though we sell it, I've like to come around and said to people, this gun is actually really nice, but you know, if you want to skirmish it, it's absolutely useless because it's real. And to be honest, I think I've sold more guns doing that than trying to sugarcoat everything, going, oh, this is the best thing since sliced bread. Look at it shoot laser beams at 90 meters. No, just be honest with people. And if you're honest with people, when they buy something, if you've been honest with them, they'll keep buying off you because they know that you're not just feeding them this crap. And, you know,
Jenny, Where's your fucking drink?
Hmm?
Where's your drink?
That's right.
It's coming up to that time. It's 10 minutes, and Josh is sat down there. Josh is on his fucking monster come down at the moment. Like he's had his crate. What the fuck? I thought it was me. Josh, you were supposed to be drinking tonight. Did you decide to abstain?
I've not drank in so many years that if I do, I will show a side of myself which I've buried for a very long time.
Are you going to get your dick out? Is that what it is?
I don't know what would happen, truth be told, and anything could happen if I ever drink.
All right, so what me and you'll do, like, we're going to set up our own, like, fucking YouTube channel. We're going to call it Caveman Airsoft. I'm going to grow my beard all the way down to here. Yeah, that's it. And what we'll do is, like, airsoft guns that we don't like, we'll just smash live on screen. You know, like...
See, I did actually have a think for that. It's called Does It Tap or Does It Rap? Where you get really, really nice gun and you swing them as hard as you can around a tree to see if it wraps around the tree or taps and bounces off like the MTW would. And I can just imagine how many tears would fall to the ground when you wrap a 416 DevGru or Delta around a tree and the entire thing just crumples. I think that would be worth just as much as a Kicking Mustang video. Just to watch someone break the fuck out of a really nice gun.
Smashing guns, like, you know.
I'd be keen for that.
Rock stars made a fucking living out of smashing guitars and eating bats. Obviously, eating bats is where it's a problem that we've caused at the moment today. Like, but
yeah.
Actually, the whole of COVID is because of fucking Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah, it's his fault.
He's from Birmingham.
Well, he never got COVID, did he? When he bit the head off a bat, did he?
Yeah, exactly. Ozzy Osbourne brought COVID.
Early bird catches the worm, as it were.
So I guess that's what it is. It's like in order to make airsoft more entertaining, do you need to be more controversial, or do you need to do what we're all doing?
I think you need to do something which stands out, and controversy normally does.
I think you just need something that captures people's interest. Like I was saying to you earlier, like one of the videos on our YouTube channel has just shot off in success, like over the past 48 hours. And it's the most mundane, boring video I've ever put up there. It's literally just a laser engraver blasting an M4, putting a logo on it. But it's something that the algorithm sees people want to see. And it's like manufacturing videos and like these satisfaction videos you see on YouTube, where it's just like processes and things like that that are very uninteresting, but we just want to see it for some reason. And then the algorithm takes it off and, you know, you become successful. So I think it's like, have you ever seen these channels where they put stuff under like a hydraulic press and they just destroy it?
Yeah, there's fucking loads of those.
Just like, it doesn't make any sense, does it? They're just destroying stuff on a hydraulic press, but they're earning like millions and millions of dollars.
I'll watch that for 2 hours straight, happily. No idea why, but I will.
Or some guy like turning a bowl on like a wood lathe,
but
you know.
At the same token, like, you know, this is going to sound like a bit of a tangent, but you'll understand the similarity here. I don't know if you've ever heard of an artist called Tracy Emin. That rings the bell. Okay, so fuck me, it's going to be artist out here. Tracy Emin is the woman who created a smack den, and she recreated her bedroom in the Tate Gallery. And basically, her bedroom was like a smack den and a sex den. And she put it in the Tate Gallery, and the Tate Gallery paid her £280,000 to exhibit it in the Tate Gallery. And then the whole recreation of her bedroom was bought for another £2 million. So it's almost like going back to George's airsoft content. There's this type of airsoft content which is like, yeah, that's really inflammatory. Yeah, that's fucking exposing it's either exposing the cheaters, or it's exposing Kicking Mustang, or it's exposing something, this is that, the other. But there is actually a fucking market out there for some quality content, not infomercials, not chin stroke, not 6 people, 2 successful relationships, and 2 guys that I've got nowhere else to go to other than be online. It is like there must be some form of quality content which is driving airsoft forward, other than clickbait or infomercials. Do you reckon we're overdue like an airsoft movie? You know, somebody's tried it.
Yeah, let's do it.
You're definitely not due an Airsoft Pro League. Jesus Christ.
Also, guys, we have less than 60 seconds I can hear fireworks. Some people have.
Yeah, fireworks already. Yeah,
yeah,
it's kicked
too,
off
yeah.
now.
There you go.
This camera.
So this one.
Do we sing?
And
We
I'm-
sing. Is it for old acquaintance be forgot?
Where's your drink?
I've ran out. I've done it all. Want to drink what?
Wow! Yes, Amanda. Yes.
Not all of
James,
it, though,
you
yeah.
got a good in there. You really have got a good in there. And Kirk's gone to go and get the.
Did you give me prosecco? I don't drink prosecco, bro.
Yeah, I drink prosecco.
Oh, I do.
John, just in case you're not home with your girlfriend, I love you, mate.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love you more, Andy, man.
3, 2,
2,
1.
Happy
New
Happy
Year.
New Year.
Ka-ching.
Hopefully,
Fuck off, COVID, we've
sort
had
yourself out, and we can get back to some airsoft sites and stuff.
Right, hang on. I've got to send out 100 messages now. I'll see you in
You
10.
need to do it before or after. You're never going to send a message out now.
Oh, I'm fucking doing it now, mate.
Don't send any messages.
No.
There's one. See,
Oh,
this
wait
is a
there.
beauty of everyone being in lockdown. Everyone's using social media, which is instant. The internet handles it so much better than text messages.
Somebody send Nick Tate the link to join the stream. Is an ex or current squaddy, and he's got that just.
Will he join?
It's got get pissed, chat shit, get pissed, chat shit, chat shit, get pissed. That's the one.
There you go.
Get shit, chat shit.
Yeah.
That was a fucking train wreck.
Send in a link, Andy. You got it, haven't you?
Oh my
Will he
God.
join us?
Let me Happy New Year. Oh God.
Happy New Year, can. Oh,
Happy New Year.
Was that
2021.
I didn't say I didn't. I got halfway through it, but I remembered.
I've never done like New Year. It's always like just another day to me, but you know, I can understand why people celebrate it.
Well, we've transitioned from one cluster pack to another.
I miss DJing at New Year's Eve, and then obviously
You miss
like,
BJing at New Year's Eve.
That's what I heard then.
BJ.
BJ. Who was you BJing on New Year's Eve?
Well, James.
Well, you've gone quiet now, haven't you?
I'll be honest, I really need a piss, so I'm going to sign out for a minute. Well, not sign out, but mute me, Mike.
Oh, everybody's getting emotional. Just having a retrospect over the last year that we've just had. Oh, Nick says, "Oh, come on! Can somebody send me the? Can somebody send me the link?
You've got the link.
Yeah, but sending me again.
Hold on then.
Hang on.
Andy. Anya?
Let's get Nick on.
Right. Have the link.
Where have you sent it to?
It's you on Facebook.
Send it to Nicky. Get Nicky on. Have you heard of the term stalwart? So like, there's a few people on Arabs that make me like Arabs. I wanted to close the group ages ago, probably within like the first 6 months of opening. Fuck this.
You have a responsibility now, Andy.
Yeah.
You brought all these people together. You can't just disband it.
I fucking can.
Just guilt tripping you there.
But like, I used to get all these like messages and say, "No, keep it up, keep it up, keep it up the good work." I was like, "Mate, it's fucking bleeding me dry of the enthusiasm to want to live."
Sounds like it's World War III in West Brom, Andy. Is that Phil that's saying that?
What's up?
Phil joined us at Phil and Brian joined us at Gangster City this year.
That's the only regret that I ever have is not going to Gangster City.
It was a weird event. It wasn't like previous years. It was its own thing, but it was still a good event. We had a good laugh.
Copy link address. Well, I'm a bit of a poor right bum boy. I like Paul. You know, I like Joe and Paul. You know, so for me, airsoft is becoming like going to a rave or going to a pub. Oh, he's there. Oi.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, fucking hell. We've got an Arab on here. Raise a glass. So,
Why not?
And Nick used to try and get me to encourage me to go up north, but it's a bit difficult when you live in North Devon. So I'm a bit of a Paul Wright and Joe Skilling's bum boy. And I'll tell you the reason being, like, I pick my airsoft sites, I could pick a pub. Do you know what I mean? Like, airsoft sites are just like pubs. You know, you've like in pubs, you've got their own pool rules, their own dart rules. You know who the locals are. In some pubs, you know that it's not about the food, it's about the beer. In some of the pubs, it's about the food, the beer, not the food. And West Midlands Airsoft set the benchmark for me, because it was like in some parts at High Command, it was like proper extreme. It was like, fuck me, I'm getting schooled here. Like, I remember Paul Wright at High Command. They used to have these 4 Polish Grom guys doing their fucking drills in there. Me and my mate Pete would go in there and act as fucking cannon fodder. So, anyway, Nick, how you doing? He's frozen.
Talking about good
I'm all right,
CQB days, Nick will know about the old
it's my internet.
block
Shit.
Urban 6 Airsoft block days. Those were the good old
block.
CQB days.
Yeah, mate.
Nick, are you at an MOD base? Are you still
The
fucking
block
serving?
made you or broke you.
Oh, Nick's living
No,
out MOD,
so I left
his internet runs at fucking no speed.
February the 5th. No.
What? Nick, your internet's proper shit. Who've you got to kill?
No, so I left in February, the 5th of Feb.
How
I left it on the 5th of Feb this year.
How come?
Yeah, I just wanted that, to be honest. Had enough. So I've got a skin condition called psoriasis. It's fucking lovely, mate.
Okay.
And yeah, that just caused a lot of trouble with everything, to be honest. So I left.
But psoriasis affects your kidneys as well, doesn't it?
It affects everything, to be honest. It affects your skin, autoimmune system, but it affects loads. I've got it hands, knees, elbows. If I could say this word, the ball bag. It's lovely. Back of my legs. I think it's about 16% of my body is covered.
It's psoriasis.
Yeah.
So, like, okay, obviously you've come into airsoft. You've discovered like fucking Arabs, which is like you know what Arabs actually means, don't you? So you're one of the very few that realizes that Arabs is not airsoft rants and bants. It's arrogant regular army bastard. So you probably joined here and think, all right, okay, there's a little bit of culture in there, this, that, the other. But are you finding a little bit of release about in airsoft in the community as slightly similar as what you would get out of like some of the lads that you've been working with?
Yeah, definitely. Everyone will chat shit until you actually need something, and then it's like, yeah, all right, and get on with it.
Yeah. So what was your battalion and what was your
So I was RLC communication specialist. I was based at 16 Medical Regiment in Colchester. So that's with paras, PF, the whole shebang really. Done Kenya twice, driven from Colchester to Croatia last year, driven from, well, the year before, I should say now. And then in the same year, I've driven from Colchester to Romania, where we did a whole NATO exercise of medical. That's on Facebook. It's Vigorous Warrior. I am. Yeah, been on loads of exercises with certain people. Done some really good stuff with them as well. Enjoyed it.
So, like I'm not going to promote Arabs on it because it's about the wider thing. Arabs is a small part of the community, but you know, have you found like being part of like an airsoft family and a bit of like a military subculture. You know, that's the way to call it. It can never be compared to the military because you've not done 6 months phase 1, phase 2, been beasted, had to put up dickheads. But are you enjoying being part of that community? Do you enjoy part of like the whole banter and that whole fucking having a fucking laugh?
Yeah, so I did airsoft before I even joined. The people that actually made me join the army, James will know these, Mark Warrior and Carl Holland. So Carl Holland was full cav. Yeah. And Mark Warrior was infantry. Staffords.
So are these, when you say these are airsofters, were they like fucking like airsoft YouTubers, or they were just people that were playing and you met? Okay, I thought
yes.
Jenny had got like a big dildo out there, but it's a fucking dog's tail. Sorry.
So Mark Warrior used to own the block in Burton, and he's the one that does the Gangster City events.
Oh, okay.
And so, Carl Holland is just someone that I've known since the day when I've airsoft at the block.
Got you. So what are you doing with yourself now, Nick? Obviously, now you've left the forces, you've been out since February. What you been up to since then?
So I was supposed to have started a full-time job like mid-April. Obviously, that got shit canned because of Rona. So that left me jobless. Then I did my CPC courses that I needed so that I could drive legally on the roads as a civvy. So I did that. Now I'm
basically get your class 2, class 1 outside of Civvy Street. Get your Civvy ticket, basically.
No, I got all them through the army. Every class 1, class 2, ADR.
All right. Without getting too deep, I've been doing my job for like 4 years now, but before that, I used to own a lorry driving recruitment agency. So I can probably put you in touch with people that can find you regular work and all that shit. Unless you're enjoying smoking weed and fucking, getting blasted every fucking weekend, which is.
To be honest, I've done drugs since I was 18. I was teetotal for drinking when I first joined because my first day of going to Purbright, I was still hammered from the Saturday night. I was ratos. Don't forget, I was 29 when I joined. I was fucking in a state.
Oi, mate, you know what? I've always like wondered what it would be like if I put me and you in the same room, and I need to take a fucking week off work.
Fucking I need to.
Do you want to come play this airsoft side? Like we can play airsoft and get pissed the night after. No, Nick.
Be fucked, mate. I'd be in turmoil.
Oh, fucking hell, Jesus. Fuck. Thing is, like, actually, James, you'll know this. At Gangster City, they barred alcohol on. It's either the first night or the second night. Is that right?
They don't allow alcohol anyway. You can only have alcohol usually on the Friday night if you're there early. If you're drinking before like
2
so I know there was a bit of a yeah. People don't pay attention to that rule. But I think things got a bit leery this year when someone had a little bit too much to drink.
One of my favourite events is Gunman Airsoft. And whilst Josh and all that turn around and say, like, hone it down, you get there on a Friday, you're shit-faced. And then you finish drinking at, like, 12, 1 in the morning when the fire's out. And then you go and play at 8, 9 in the morning. And then the first day is hanging, which is great because no one wants to go and do any fucking recce's and no one wants to go and do any missions. So you just do the LARPing shit. So gunmen bring a load of actors in. And so you're fucking hanging and you're trying to interact with a load of fucking laughers and actors. Obviously, the Saturday night, you get shit-faced again, but not so much shit-faced as what you did get on the fucking Friday. So by the time you wake up on Sunday, you think, "Fuck me, I've paid £100 for this event, and I need to not drink on the Saturday so much, so I can go and play on the Sunday." Like, but the thing is, like, I've met some. For gameplay wise, my favourite games have been West Midlands Airsoft. But for social wise, my favourite games have been Gunman Airsoft, and that was Octo 8, and it was me, a guy called Dean Anton, Matt from a local area here, who was from Tim from Pew Pew Air, the guy who runs Pew Pew Airsoft. Like, I fucking team on Pew Pew Airsoft does my fucking nut in person. He's the world's nicest fucking guy. And so we used to go play these Gunman Airsoft games, and it was like, okay, I'll fucking hang him. So you have to do a little bit of active, a little bit of shooting, and a little bit of fucking playing dead. So it's almost like what you need, Nick, is like that middle ground between you don't want to skirmish because it's not structured enough, but you don't want to milk him because it's too fucking strict.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we know where we're dragging Nick Tate from. Jen, where's Kirk gone? Is he vomiting those slippery airsofters?
No, little one's just making noise, so he's just run up to make sure he's all right.
So what do you do? Do you like cowpole them or like chloroform them? What do you do with kids?
Punch them in the head.
Children's piercing syrup. No.
Actually,
Shot a run tired.
James and Amanda, you ain't got kids, have you? You've got 6 cats.
5.
Okay,
Thank
6
gosh.
cats. Amanda's not told you where the other one is. Josh hasn't got any kids. Josh has got sheep. Nikki, have you got kids?
No.
No?
Probably. I don't know. As far as I'm aware, no.
So, right. Is that
Got 2 German
you,
Shepherds,
Jenny,
though.
and Kirk, have you got kids?
I've got 4 that I know of.
Oh, fucking hell. Excuse me, Shabba Ranks. Fucking hell. 4 that I know of. Are they getting interested in airsoft?
Sophia is.
Yeah, Sophia's 9. She said, "I want to come play airsoft. The rules are no one's allowed to shoot me." Like, it doesn't work like that.
So that ain't gonna work.
Yeah.
George.
Okay.
George is 4. George is ready.
So how do you cope with the idea that they obviously see you with all these guns and kit, and do they like tag in at Christmas and turn around and go, "Yeah, we want that, we want that."
Oh, George is always stealing guns. He's got, I don't know how many Nerf guns. He's just obsessed. Sophia's a bit too much of a princess, I think, to get involved. And worse.
Yeah.
But your
Josh,
boys,
I mean, you having any kids anytime soon?
No.
Wow.
I don't know. Nah, it's one of those. Do you know what? I used to teach martial arts when I was younger, and a lot of the jobs I've kind of done have all been predominantly like working with children, so to speak. So I studied outdoor education and stuff at college with the intention of going into teaching and things like that. Then I realized that if I was ever going to have kids, the fun phase is like when they're like tiny, because they're really stupid and they don't really know anything, so they're quite funny to be around. Then they get like the rebellious age, which you can't punch them, but you want to. Then they get older and then they fuck off, which is brilliant. But you've also got that potato mode where they just like puke and shit everywhere. And I couldn't deal with that bit. I could deal with all the other ones I can deal with, but I can't deal with that bit. So it's one of those. Currently, it's a no-go until I can get over that, because I don't like puke. If someone throws up around me, like if Amanda's puking or something, I'll leave it to it. I can't deal with that. The smell's a little bit. So yeah, I've got to fix that before I can think about it.
One of the sweetest moments about the Cornwall Airsoft. Me and you had a bit of a fucking bromance online, and then we fucking met you. Yeah. But one of the nicest things about Cornwall Airsoft was actually Rich Hinder and his son.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Rich,
they're an absolute inspiration to a lot of father and sons, I think.
Yeah, so like if I don't know if Rich will listen to this, I hope he doesn't want me talking about it, but Rich Hindu is like this. He's like this 6'27" gentle giant, and he's got like this. He's got a son who's high functioning autism, and he's in his foul breath. He was like, "I've just bought a £1,200 gun off Josh, but what I buy has got to be right for my son. So I buy my son something." And his son is like this little introverted, chubby airsofter who's like fucking overpacked with a load of kit, and they play as father and son in a proper fucking manner. Do you know what I mean? And it's like it takes airsoft away from the this competitive fucking. You've got to have all. It's got to be this realistic emulation of this is that the other, and you've got to have the best gun. And there's been 3 or 4 times in airsoft in the last 4 years I've gone. And I think Ed Leo nailed this down for me. And I was like, "Oh, right, Ed, you're fucking right, actually." Like, I always used to think like airsoft is like a get together, like a fucking rave where you all getting together and shooting the shit out of each other. But airsoft is actually a family uniting thing. You know,
100%. Yeah.
Rich connects to his son immensely over that, and you see his son. His son was on the fucking Arabs page saying hello. Like, and I was like, "Oh, mate, like this airsoft to you two is like it's
a whole other thing." Yeah, it's really, really helped Ryan with kind of going out of the shell,
finding out how the fuck you bond. Do you know what I mean? And then his son's gone, "All right, well, I'm not going to play Call of Duty or Battlefield or Armour. I'm going to come out with my dad, put the gear on, and fucking buy a gun and go out and fucking enjoy myself." And I was like, "Oh shit, I've got airsoft wrong here. I thought airsoft was like fucking tuning your gun up to the maximum amount, and this is that the other." And he is like a father and son doing some fucking serious bonding. And in that very same moment, I felt like a bit of a teen hook. I was like, okay. So
it's
So do you all guys like find sometimes airsoft quite conflicting? Like sometimes what you want from it is one thing, and then what you get from it is something different.
Yeah. I would say one thing which I think especially what works as a great example was obviously the very wholesome situation with this gentleman in the wheelchair. Is that actually does more than just show obviously that people with disabilities play airsoft, but also highlights something which normally the airsoft communities don't highlight on their own, which is how airsoft isn't just about getting all the gear, doing all this milsim shit, looking tactical as fuck. It's got a whole other aspect about almost like opening up to people who wouldn't normally get into that, and things like in regards to like families and the whole bonding. That's a huge part of it. Is a sense of community, and it almost helping away from your normal life in your day-to-day life. Like you see a lot of parents and kids, you see a lot of people with, for example, autism. We've got quite a few players who have autism and things like that, and it really helps them come out of the shell. It helps with their confidence, it shows some teamwork, and it brings out all these things which normally we never really think about when we think of airsoft. And the amount of times I've gone home feeling like I've had a great day just from witnessing something like Peter and Ryan or little Jacko. We've got this little kid, I think he's like 11 or 12. But the amount of excitement and enthusiasm he brings to the game, I wish I fucking had that. It's one of those. But yeah, I think there's definitely more stuff that you don't expect to see on a game day, which you actually take back with you.
If you, I think if I don't know if people will listen to the 3 hours 20 minutes, because mine and James is
probably not
for a fucking long time. But if you look at Jenny's reason for getting to airsoft, it's a bonding session between her and her partner and something that she's doing.
Yeah.
In the meantime, in the backdrop, she's like beating cancer to death, and it's like, all right, cool. Right, of all the things that you do, I've just give cancer the fucking fingers up, and now I'm gonna go play airsoft. You look at Nick. It's like I was enjoying a career in the army, and now I've got to fucking leave because of a fucking skin condition and a kidney condition. It's like airsoft actually means a lot more than just going, I've got this gear, this gun, this is that, the other, and this that, blah, blah, blah. Airsoft actually means a lot more to families and friends and social circles than probably what we would care to admit. Do you reckon?
It hits a lot deeper.
Definitely for Kirk. I mean, Kirk's been out of the army for what, 4 or 5 years now. He left. He lost. You know, if you speak to a lot of the service leavers, they struggle with not having that same connection and the brotherhood and just being around their boys all the time. And there's been a definite change. When he found Airsoft, you know, he found a load of people that were still serving or ex-serving, and he actually built that network and community again, and that's done wonders for him. And you hear a lot about that from other people who have served as well. It helps, you know, create that friendship group and give them that sort of, you know, it's on the adverts, you know, sense of belonging and all the rest of it. Anyway, he's coming back in now.
I'm going for a smoke. Yeah, I know you're talking about me.
Okay, did Kurt go for a cry or a wank, or did you go for a cry wank?
Pokey bum wank, mate.
Quank.
That's what I find it, you know. So I flopped as a stab. So like I can't even claim that I've got any affinity towards airsoft from military experience. You know, I went for 6 rifles. They told me to fuck off.
Do you know the difference between you, Andy, and other people?
I think it was
The difference between you, Andy, and others are at least you tried. At least you went for it rather than going, oh, I'm in all this kit. Yeah, whatever, mate. Have you at least tried to get in? Have you sent off that paperwork? No.
Nick, I think this is why me and you connect, Nick. So I always felt a bit of a fraud wearing MTP, going out dressed as playing airsoft and going, I'm trying to emulate a combat situation. And in airsoft, even in the skirmishes, I felt like people were, well, in real life, this wouldn't happen. And I was like, when in real life, I bet most people would piss their pants, or they wouldn't have that experience. So when I went for reserves, I was like, okay, I don't think that getting deployed as 6 reserves is going to put me in Afghan or Iraq. By the time I'd applied, it was 2016. Most people had pulled out. But I've seen a lot of people fucked up from infantry, let alone the fact I live in a Royal Marines base. And the motive about, I reckon it was 20% airsoft and 8% military culture. And my job is related to that. I was like, how can you put yourself in trying to understand what the military's like and then understanding how the military applies to civilian life? You know this. Like, it's a matter of your RLC. I live at RMB Chivener. So I talk to fucking loads of people on here that have got PTSD and all that shit. And then I'll talk to people from One Rifles B Company, One Rifle C Company, 3 Rifles, who are another reserve battalion. And they've all got their incremental difficulties with combat, but they all drift into fucking airsoft. And I'm like, fuck me. How do you make that transition from being in 40, 42 commando Royal Marines, or 1 or 3 rifles, or even 6? If you've been in 6 rifles, stands a chance you've never been deployed to Afghan or Iraq. What you've probably done is Belize and a few other places, and maybe the fucking Falklands. But there was this little thing to do with airsoft in the military. I was going, why is it so many of you guys come out of, whether you've been in 2-2 and you're doing this? So some ex-guys from 2-2 do consultation to airsoft businesses. Let's pull no fucking punches about it. You know, one of those companies is Endeavour Tactical. So people come out of 2-2, probably not add a lot of tick. They go to a business like Endeavour Tactical and say, this is what guys in 2-2, 2-3, this is what they want as part of kit. And it's not always Arc'teryx and all that sort of shit. And then you speak to people from One Rifles who have seen a lot of tick, and they go, we're happy with Keeler and this, that, the other. But when we play airsoft, we're not bothered about Cry and Arc'teryx and all that. So you start building up this picture as an airsoft of going, what is genuine kit that you want to buy as an airsoft, and what's the reality of what you fucking really need as an airsofter? And every airsofter wants to think they're a soldier. Doesn't matter. You might think that you're not. You might come online and turn around and say, oh, I'm just playing it as a game because I play Call of Duty. No, fuck off. Every time you play airsoft and you immerse yourself into a skirmish or a battle sim or a milk sim, you're sat down there wishing that you had done selection, phase 1, phase 2. And if you really wanted to be that, you've done fucking P company, you've done selection, you've done fucking escape and evade techniques and this and that and the other. But they're all intertwined, you know, and I think where it started joining for me was like, without talking about what I do for a living, I used to go and speak to people that were selling products and saying, where's your history come from? They're going, I used to be 2 SAS, and going, all right, well, then the reason why I'm looking at your product is I'm an airsofter. And they go, all right, well, there's no shame in that. And the first example of that was C2R. The 2 guys that run C2R RX22. And it was like, fuck me, there is this intertwine between airsoft and the military, but neither one of them wants to admit to it. No airsofter wants to truly admit to the fact that they aspire to be in the military. And no person that has done a Gucci job in the military wants to admit that they play airsoft. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
I know a lot of
You're all like
people.
dumbfounded. All right, so this is the real reason.
I know a lot of people that are in paras that do airsoft. That's a fact. And they love it. It's more of a.
Paris won't admit to it because I think everybody's a crap at, right? So, but I live on RMB Chivenet. You know, if somebody wants to know where I live on Torridge Road and RMB.
On a Navy base.
It's not a fucking that's RM base, so it's a fucking bootnet base.
Navy.
But it's got everybody. It's got everybody.
Navy, isn't it?
This is
still Navy.
Chivenet is where Royal Marines come to fucking die. You know.
It's still Navy though.
Ask them what it says on their Mod 90. I guarantee it says Navy, not Royal Marines. It's Navy.
No, it doesn't. It says Royal Marines. Oi, I'm a 6-year-old for a weekend. It's possible. This is Chivenet. So I think the point that I'm getting at is that there's this like synergy between the armed forces and the culture of airsoft, and then they don't want to be. They're a bit embarrassed about being connected to airsoft, and then there's this culture of airsofters. They're going, I would have loved to have got into the forces if it weren't for the fact that I'm a spastic, or I've got autism, or I've got fucking asthma, only that the other. And nobody wants to make that join between the two. Nobody in the army wants to be associated with people that couldn't get in. And those people that couldn't get in don't want to be associated with people that were in. You know, because it's almost like this like lovey-dovey. I mean, fuck me, Nick. You're RLC. The only other regiment or battalion that's having the piss ripped out of them more than RLC is Remy and the Raffrey.
Yeah.
Oi, Kurt.
Fitters, mate. The fitters.
Failed stab. And I can see you that digit.
I only joined the army out of a mid-argument with my mother, and I turned around to her and said, "Right, fuck you, I'm going to go join the army." She said, "Go on, then I'll drive you down the careers office." And I was like, "Oh fuck, I've said it now." 12 years later.
Okay, so the point I'm saying is, there's this. If you were to do a family tree, this is like fucking one for Jenny. If you were to do a family tree about why people get into airsoft, I reckon that half of the reason why people get into airsoft is half of it is they couldn't get into the forces, and the other half of it is because they love Call of Duty. So ignore the Call of Duty lot, ignore those lot for a lot, because they will Gucci their guns up to 9 balls, thinking it's going to make their game better. The other 50% want the culture, they want the camaraderie, they want the banter, they want the unfiltered nature of being in the forces and being able to say what the fuck that you want. Who's this? I'll put a pot of coffee over
there. But then you've got to remember, you've got the people who come into the shops and then they go, oh, those guns are fucking cool, and they want to go and play. And that's how they get into it.
We get that quite a lot, don't we?
Yeah, we get that.
Guns are cool. That's the thing.
You know, on their way to like the tattoo shop, and they just kind of go, put their head in, are those real? And I went, they're real if you want to shoot people without the paperwork. And, you know, then they want to come in and they want to know more. And then they want to run around shooting each other.
Jenny, you've just exposed, and the other part of airsoft that people don't want to admit, which is there is a filmic part of airsoft. Everybody wants to be John Matrix, John McClane, John Wick. There's a fucking running theme here. It's always fucking John, you know. Or they
forgot John Rambo.
Neo, which is John Neo. You know, so. James,
I think
when do you, as you, I've bought from you. Do you ever look at your customers and turn around and say, "Why do you want to get into airsoft?" Or do you just send them a fucking gun and fuck them off out your shop?
No, it's normally like they come in and they say, "I want this," and I'm like, "Well, why do you want one of those for?" It's not necessarily questioning why they want to airsoft. It's why do they want to pick a certain rifle that's just so unskirmishable? It's like, what are you doing? Go get this because it's going to work. And they won't buy what you recommend them, but then they'll go away with the thing that you said not to buy, and then they'll come back next week and be like, "Oh yeah, you were right. I shouldn't have bought a sniper rifle for my first gun or something like that," because they never listen to the advice. Most people do, but there's a small percentage that just don't listen to your advice, and then you get proven right afterwards.
Amanda, what's your setup?
Whatever I fancy at the time.
What was it you asked me the other day? You want me to Cerakote something pink?
All right, Amanda.
Rose gold.
Amanda, can you remember the day that you bossed the game? Not look good, but bossed the game, and you went, "Yeah, that worked for me." Can you remember a game that you fucking hammered it in the game zone and gone, "What was you rocking?"
I don't think I've ever walked away from a game and thought that. I usually think, "Wow, I'm shit." If I'm being honest, probably the Evo that you sold.
Yeah,
but I did put that.
Yeah, I tell you what. One of the things I brought into James was James. When I brought my guns to James undersold me. That's the reason why I fell in love with James. I think James is a lovely bloke because I brought a load of shit guns to him, and he turned around and says, "Yeah, James, he's 500 quid. What needs to play into him?" And he was like, "No, just like get him up to a certain standard and get rid of him." But the Evo, James was like, "Yeah, there's some good parts of it and some fucking bad parts of it." So what's been your perfect setup when you felt comfortable about going into a game and going, "All right, I feel confident that my kit and my guns is going to measure up against every other player"? Have you ever?
You were using gear that was already been set up, weren't you? So that Evo was like,
I don't go in with that mentality. Like what you were saying about how 50% would either come out of the military or 50% love Call of Duty. I'm neither of those. Like, I've never tried to get in the military, and I'll be honest, I've never wanted to get in the military. And 3, I'm rubbish at Call of Duty.
You just like
and I
inflicting
don't try
pain
and
on
good at
others.
it, but I just
first
enjoy
experience.
it.
Amanda,
The first experience was she worked in an airsoft shop.
Amanda, in one simple sentence, I think you've like fucking opened up a can of worms here, which is it's not about playing Call of Duty or pretend to be a soldier. It's about having fun.
Yeah.
So obviously you know how to get your fun. You know whether you want to go out and fucking have a dance floor, whether you want to take up some hobbies. So if you're not interested in military and you're not interested in gaming culture, what is it that drew you into airsoft?
I started working in the industry. That was what got me into it. When I went for my interview, I was told it was a paintballing shop. It was with an agency. So I kind of went into an interview blind. And then I guess I had that same reaction that most people do when they walk into an airsoft shop for the first time. Everything's just, shining and Gucci, and you want to pick it up, don't you?
But I asked James and anybody else on this thread, that's actually probably the purest way to play airsoft. You see a gun, you like it. You see an outfit, you like it. You see a fucking setup, you like it. So you go out there and you play with what you like. So is it like, people talk, I think airsoft has got some fashion elements to it.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Oh yeah, of course it has.
Sorry,
Not
fucking
only
black.
that, like the game industry and the film industry sell more airsoft guns than anyone out there in the world. Like, how many people bought SPRs when, what was it, Lone Survivor came out?
Oh yeah.
How many people have bought guns because it's featured in the latest Call of Duty patch? Trust me, we see trends, and we can almost predict trends as well. So if we know
That's
something,
100%. I brought my dev crew not on the fact that Eagle 6 and Camera Raids were going to do a duo on it, and they did a fucking good job between them. I brought mine going, oh, this is the gun that killed Bin Laden, and I've already got the.
it's like when Ares released the APC9K, I actually said to hold it back. I said, hold it back. And they were like, why? Why would we hold it back? It's come in, it's brand new stock, it's brand new products. Go do the reviews, do what you need to do, we'll sell it. So I just wait, because I knew Call of Duty were releasing a patch, and there was a gun in there that was pretty much identical to an APC9K, although it was called like an ISO or something. And then as soon as Call of Duty dropped that patch, we dropped all the stock, and then it just went straight out the door.
No, I know that Jenny and Kurt, if I say this, I'm not being insultive. You can punch me in the mouth when you see me. But Jenny is a TM hoe.
I fucking
Yeah,
love it.
She's a TM hoe. She walked into Airsoft and go, she wanted the fucking Louis Vuitton of fucking Airsoft.
No, mate, she stole my TM.
And then he made.
Oh, bitch, please. She made you sell your gun to fund hers?
No, she stole my gun.
Yeah, he built me a 416 C custom, and I couldn't get on with the stock because I've had surgery on this side, and I was just like, nah, I don't get on with it. So we swapped, and then I really loved it, so I kept it. But then when that gun got an issue and I had to play with the 416C, I went, oh, this is actually quite nice. I can handle this, but I still want your Delta back. But then he went more stuff to it, and now it does 11 ones, and it's just.
Jenny, I'm going to ask you a very personal question here, right? So you fucking, you're one of a few of my. I like to think of friends we've never met, but I've got a few friends that I meet in the physical world that I've known for 6 years. Do you think that your positivity towards airsoft, and I've got to articulate this question right, you beat off cancer, didn't you?
Yeah.
So one of the things about beating off cancer is positivity. You've got to be in a good fucking mental health state of mind to beat off fucking...
No.
No.
He was that deep in thought that just like StreamYard was like, nope. Welcome back, Andy. Can you hear us, Andy?
Sorry, we got to positivity.
Yeah. I lost the last 10 seconds because my mic kicked out. But you basically did a fucking Vasquez from Aliens and kicked the fuck out of cancer. Basically.
I don't understand what the question was. Yeah, kick the fuck out of cancer. But yes, I was positive. Yes, I maintained that for a while. But I've also got bipolar disorder. And I ended up flying up on a high. It caused a lot of problems and mayhem. And then I actually crashed down into a massive low. And so it wasn't a very positive point at all. I had a suicide attempt. Almost managed to... Twice. Never done that before. But yeah, almost managed to take myself out of the game altogether. He's the only reason I stayed in.
So
but then you come out of that.
Do you find that... I say this, I'm answering my own question here. Do you find that airsoft has enabled you to have like a bit of a balance on your mental health?
It is really good in that we've met an awful lot of friends who we consider to be best friends and family. Having the business to focus on gave us a new focus where we were kind of feeling a bit lost after the cancer had all finished and I was starting to come up out of the depression. Kirk had to quit his job, and then we were just kind of sitting there going, what do we do? And it feels like the last year and also this year has been like a fresh start. We're in a new house. We've got a business which is, you know, is doing really well. Airsoft has been actually really positive when you think about it for both of us.
I was going to cycle over to Nick here because it's almost like it's the polar difference between fucking beating off cancer with a stick, and then you got Nick who's got, you know, psoriasis is a skin condition with kidney failure. But the thing with Nick is Nick's found like a social structure where you can be like a bit confrontational or a bit unfiltered, and then you can, like, I'd imagine from Nick's perspective, it's almost like coming out of an area where you can do what the fuck and say what the fuck you want, and coming into a working environment where you have to be careful what you say just in case you piss somebody off. Have you found that, Nick?
Yeah, I have. When I first started the job that I'm doing now, I was with some young lad. He didn't understand a lot of what I was saying, so obviously I was driving a class 2 and I say certain stuff. He'll just look at me all puzzled, and then I got put with a lad that I've known for years, and I've said stuff. And he's just, what does that mean? When you're a fucking idiot or something, or a lizard, crow bag, whatever. And he just laughs, and that's sort of like my venting, especially in airsoft as well. Arabs take the mick out of people, get the mick taken out of you. It's all fair.
Yeah, I think
also another reason why Jen deals with all our customers.
Well, if anybody ever gets the meaning of Arabs, I'm just gonna fucking nail it on their head here, so they won't get it. So, I'll air it here. So, if you've ever dated or been a blue lighter, if you've ever been in the military or been with a military partner, the fact of having that unfiltered ability to be able to express what you really mean, and the same mentality of going, I just want to vent what the fuck I want to. It's the same kind of mentality of people that have been through like serious illness. It's like if you've been through some shit, you want to vent what the fuck that you want without having to worry about what the fuck people are going to say. Josh has been through it, you know. Me and Josh are not military, you know. But me and Josh have been through certain things where it goes, do you know what? I want to be able to do airsoft in my own way. I want to kind of like vent off and expel like negative or positive energy. Jenny's done it. Jenny's gone, I fly swatted cancer. Nick's done it. Nick's gone, I've adjusted from military life. That's what you've done. That's what you've done, Nick, essentially. You know, people tell me, say, oh, Nick, but you've not seen any contact, or maybe your vehicle's been shot by a couple of fucking insurgents. It's like when you come out of military life and you transition into civilian life, it's not the fucking same, you know.
No,
it's not.
You have to filter yourself a lot.
Yeah, if you've been in the military, you don't have to have been in TIC, UK, SF, or any of that shit to understand that transferring from the military into civilian life is fucking difficult. It's really fucking difficult. And Amanda has had to put up with living with somebody who sells airsoft guns. And so we should all take a fucking moment there to...
No, that's not true. See, Jenny's beat cancer, and they've started their own business since then. However, James started Bespoke, and then I got cancer, and I watched from the sideline as Bespoke began to fail because of me, because I was ill and he was devoting his time to me. So when obviously things sort of started to clear with me and I was okay, then I made that decision to start airsofting with you.
Indeed.
And it was something for us to do together, I guess. And it weren't because it was like a fuck you to cancer. It weren't anything like that. It weren't a venting thing. it was something that I'd put off doing for a long time, and I'd beat this disease, and I had this mentality of just give it a go. That was how it was for me, more than wanting to go out there and take out my anger and my frustrations. It weren't like that at all.
Okay, so
Like,
from my
you've got past the
perspective,
camera,
like
just put it behind you.
I'd only ever met like James 3 or 4 times. So I met James. Like I think when I was living in Tamworth, I came to him and I dropped a few guns on him and said, "James, I bought this shit from a police auction and it's bollocks." And James fixed them together. And I moved down to North Devon for lots of the reasons which I won't go into it here. And then I think James had put on something to do with a fundraiser to do with your treatment, and there was like a really specific level of treatment that you needed from a London hospital, and it was a bit of a weird one because Amanda, I didn't know you for fucking Jack or Jill, and then I met James and I gone, oh, do you know what? I've met James, and James was like this fucking really cool guy. You know, me and James are quite similar. Me and James have got this like arrogant, confident exposure, but an honest vulnerability on the other side. When I met James, I was like, I met him, and I wasn't eyeing up James as to whether he could sort my guns out. I was eyeing up James as like, oh mate, you're involved with Airsoft. You're gonna fucking guide me through this shit or what? And he did. So James started putting some stuff up to do with a fundraiser to do with your cancer treatment. I never met you, Amanda, but I knew that James was a fucking cool guy. Do you know what I mean? I was like, all right, if I was out in a rave, I want James to come back to my house party. You know what I mean? Like, meeting James, I vetted James, nothing to do with Airsoft. I vetted James and going, I'm going to meet this geezer on a level. And James acted like he was like one of a crew outside of Airsoft. I like James. So James started a little bit talking about what you were going through, about the complications of your cancer treatment, what you were going through in London, and then the distance drive between this, that, the other. And without dragging it in, it's a little bit how Jenny was. So I was like, fuck me. There's some really fucking good people in Airsoft that are like, they seem to be doing well. To the outside world, they're doing like this fucking, I've got to run a shop, I've run a tech service, I do this, that, the other, or I run a site. And I'm like, yo, lads or girls, if you think that running a business is the be all and end all of being able to substantiate yourself, that's fucking bullshit, you know. And I think there was this stage where with Amanda it was like the treatment got slightly complex, or there was something about it which wasn't traveling quite right. It was like it was getting in the right direction, but quite not the right direction. And I thought, oh fuck me, like fucking Airsoft is a little bit more than going out there and pretending you're a soldier, or going out there and you've got the best gun, or you've going out there and the best gear. The 3 times I've ever seen, well, maybe 4 times. The 3 times I'll talk about is when James started doing the fundraiser for your treatment, when Jenny started talking about what she was going through. But at the same token, it was like, I don't want to bring him into the conversation because I'm ad-libbing here, but it was like, you know, have you guys ever met Tim from Pew Pew Airsoft? Any of you met Tim from Pew Pew Airsoft?
I speak to him, but
Yeah.
I speak to him a lot, but I've not actually met him in real life yet.
Yeah.
Like, do you ever sit down and think about all the good things that Airsoft is going to do for the community?
Oh, good, yeah.
Well, Tim was like the biggest challenge I'd ever had, because it was like Tim is impassioned about raising money for RBLI. You know, all these patches, everything he does within the group is all about the Royal British Legion. And I was like, yeah, but Tim, there's plenty of like individual
causes and circumstances that probably need that attention. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
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 It was nice to see when we did the. It wasn't quite a fundraiser. It was a GoFundMe. Because like Amanda said, it was taking all my time out of the business because I was at the hospital 5 days a week and the business wasn't open initially, and it was one of those things where you kind of put the trust in your customers to kind of understand that you're not going to be there for the short foreseeable future. And then it was quite humble to see that the GoFundMe went up and it like massively surpassed what it was meant to do. And we're not talking like, you know, life-changing amounts of, well, it was.
I mean,
Technically
at
it was.
the time, you know,
not what you'd consider to be life-changing amounts of money, but it was like every pound that was put in was like, you know, taken off travel costs. Because when you think about it, travel.
Listen, James, when I started putting in there, it wasn't to do with thinking I was kicking into some life fucking saving fucking cancer treatment. It was like, oh, my man's gonna have to travel from fucking Canada down to London.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was obviously all the treatments supplied on the NHS. We don't have private healthcare, but it was just a travel cost. So like it was going to London now. Instead of going to Stoke every day, it was going to London every day. So you were doing 300 miles a day. So it was like it was really humble to see like the airsoft community come together, and the airsoft community itself raised so much money so fast that all that burden was just gone. So yes, I was taking time out of the business, and yes, the business was losing money and it was in a dire state, but it wasn't having to find this money elsewhere just to try and get to somewhere to preserve, you know, Amanda's life. So yeah.
Without trying to make a mockery of it, there was a part of it. There was like, have you guys ever watched Star Trek? So it's not much speak out term. Who's a Star Trek fan here? The fuck's a Star Trek fan here? So I don't start chatting shit. Do you remember that bit in Star Trek where it was like the needs of the few outweighs the needs of the many? And then the whole argument is that sometimes the needs of the one is more important than the needs of the many.
I think it's the other way around, but yeah.
It's not. I don't think it's not. I think it's like sometimes you gravitate towards a community and you go, shit, I'm not going to help a multi-million or multi-billion pound charity that's going to. I can't see how it's helping. I think it comes down to, you know, if without bringing him into. If Dave Custom Airsoft has got a partner, and all of a sudden Dave finds himself and saying that he's gonna need treatment for, I don't know, cancer, IVF, but the fuck it is, you despite the fact you don't like Dave, you would still probably plow into Dave's cause.
Yeah,
you know, and that was the thing that fucking really struck me about the airsoft community, which was every now and then you can do that whole gregarious thing. I'm gonna help soldiers with PTSD. I'm going to help the Royal British Legion. But I've got this little feeling with the airsoft community. Actually, if you start identifying the addies or anybody else in the airsoft community that needs something, that's kind of where the focus will be. And all of your indifferences and all of your interpersonal differences, whether it be players, sites, or businesses, will always come to a conclusion. Do you know what
it goes out the window, and you find that people stick to the one familiarity that we're all airsofters, and you chuck all the other stuff out the window, and it's like one airsofter helping another airsofter, and there's loads of that. You see it in the community all the time. Perhaps not as much as all the negative stuff that goes around, but you know, people are in need, and in the close-knit airsoft community, because what it is, it's very niche. You tend to find that people will help each other because they can relate. They can relate because you're an airsoft.
Let's not pull no punches. Like fucking Ed Leo hated the idea of coming onto Arabs. By the time he left, he knew what the fuck we were doing. And so Ed has taken Talia's campaign about raising money for Addy's Wheels, and he's gone fucking exponential. You know, it's almost like, actually, you know, Airsoft Community Forum, UKC2, Arabs, where the fuck, whatever the fuck name it is. There's almost like there's an MO here of going, actually, do you know what? Let's stop plowing money into international or national charities, which we can't track where we see the benefit of, and going, actually, what are the causes within our own community? You know, and I think there's a lot of causes. You know, there's the obvious cancer causes. You know, even within this conversation, there's several people which have experienced what it's like to go through cancer therapy, but there is fucking mental illness, there is disability, there is MS. You know, there's so many different things charities wise within the UK airsoft community. One of the things, you know, it's not as severe as cancer or disability. You know, one of the things that airsoft needs to understand, I think, without highlighting it, Rich Pinder, I think the biggest influence for me from airsoft wasn't cancer charity or a disabled charity. I think there's the aspect of airsoft that has hit me harder than anything is a guy who is a working class man trying to accommodate his autistic son. Do you know what I mean? How do you get that father and son bonding? Likewise, I'm sure that there's some women out there that like to shoot the shit out of their sons that don't pick up their socks and boxer shorts. But
I like to shoot him for that reason.
Okay, Jenny, have you got men in your family that don't pick up their dirty boxers?
Yeah. It's terrible. You wouldn't ever think
Okay,
everything neat and tidy. You get shouted at, and he gets out of it, and he's just like, nope, you're not doing that.
Rebelling.
All right, one pair of boxes lasts 4 days.
Inside out, back to front. And back
I'm going for a piss. I'm going for a piss. Back in a second.
The drink's starting to finally go through his system.
Yeah. And it's
And when I
hitting
say
hard
that,
as well.
the drink was going through his system a couple of hours ago.
Andy's getting a bit emotional.
It's broke the seal now.
Yeah, we get on to another level now. We've gone through like the banter, now we're getting deeper.
Is anyone still actually watching?
I don't know.
I have no fucking idea.
There's 11 people. There's 11 other nutters out there that are still awake.
There's 11 other people at 1 o'clock in the morning watching us chat bollocks.
All I know is I've run out of booze, so now I'm on port.
Oh, very nice.
I'll be up with the kids in the morning, aren't I?
Yeah, that might be the craze, but that's 11 customers that aren't going to phone you in the fucking morning.
Oh, there's 6 on Facebook that I can see.
Mate, my phone rings all hours of every day. Although it was nice.
And now you motherfuckers know why I don't have a site or a shop or anything to do with airsoft.
He's going to be due bed soon, aren't you?
Who, me?
Run then down in one.
No, it's when you all fucked off, me and Nicky Tay staying up, we're going to get smashed.
You're going to get smashed.
Well, Andy's already there, so.
Andy's already on his way.
Okay, you guys.
That's actually a point, Andy. Someone's just said speed piss. That's got to be the fastest you've ever been to the toilet.
That was a hefty speed run there, Andy.
That's why.
Yeah, he's not gone to the ball.
Oh dear. I mean, we can wrap it up if you want. It's like 1 a.m. Well, 1:05.
1:05. We've been on stream for 4 hours in 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Oh yeah.
You got to hit the 4 hour mark.
Oh yeah.
60 seconds away.
50 seconds left.
It'd be rude not to.
Anybody got anything they want to say at the end of the stream?
Is there anything you want to say?
Oh,
Andy?
you're a fucking wanker, Andy.
No. You guys, I just been chatting shit. You guys are supposed to be the Winston Churchill of airsoft. It's you.
We need Andy to say a tongue twister before we leave.
What?
She sells seashells on the seashore.
Andy, that's wristwatch.
Oi, the difference is I could shit the bed and not have to apologise to anybody in the morning.
Andy.
I
Andy,
don't apologise anyway.
Yeah.
say again.
Say Irish wristwatch.
Irish wristwatch.
And again.
Unsubscribe.
You can't unsubscribe, Andy, if you're not subscribed already.
No comment.
That's his Bromy side coming out.
Raise the glass. Right, Nikki, Jen, Kirk, Josh, James, Amanda, dickhead from
I ain't got
Arabs.
one with me, but yeah.
Love you loads.
Happy New
Have
Year.
a good evening.
Happy New Year, you lot.
Take care. Happy New Year.
Yeah, cheers.
See you on a field soon.
Soon, maybe Easter.
Maybe Easter, yeah.
See you in the field next year.
2022.
I'm on tier 3.
Oh, fuck me. Everybody's still there. Fucking hell. Oh, let's just leave the stream rolling.
Come back on in the morning, Andy's still there.
Oi, James, I will be. I fucking will be. You've got to go to bed and justify yourself. Josh is still in the shop. Jenny's still
Yeah, I'm still at work.
Yeah, Tate. No, we'll still be carrying on. I get over. I don't care. I only say the
This is
things that
probably
you
the
can't.
worst I've seen Andy as well.
Money resting on it.
It's been the worst I've seen him. I've seen him hanging out with his arsehole in the mornings at Airsoft, but I only ever see like the aftermath, never the beginning.
You got to do an update in the morning.
You forgot about the morning stream, have you?
Oh, no, apparently,
on 7 hours.
apparently on New Year's Day, I'm meant to be doing with Ed Leo, who's probably going home and masturbating over his Eastern European wife.
No, he'll probably be as wanky as you are right now. And then doing that.
It doesn't count as a suitable relationship if you have to travel 24 hours to pick her up. So what I'm saying is like I've got to wake up on New Year's Day and like do some help with some fucking draw for Addy. Addy's a cool guy. Addy who needs the wheels from the fucking draw is fine. Pete was fine without. Do you know what I mean? He's a fucking cool guy. And there's a load of fucking people that have jumped in and said, "Oh, we'll buy some more wheels for me." He was like, "Nah, I actually enjoy falling over." But so a million one airsofters businesses have joined in and go, "Yeah, we could do something about that." It's like, yeah, all right, mate. Yeah, fucking crack on. Meanwhile, this is disabled guy who's enjoying airsoft nonetheless. You know what I mean? It's like he could have brought in fuck all and he would have enjoyed it. Or you could have given him like a fucking 2 Gatling guns and a new wheelchair, which is like piloted by RoboCop. And he would have still enjoyed airsoft all nonetheless. But yeah, you know what? Yeah, fucking cool. You do your thing. The only cool person in that draw is the disabled guy that don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? He's like, yeah. And then obviously the whole airsoft community go, yeah, we'll get you some new wheels. And it's like, I don't give a fuck about the wheels, mate. I just want to get away from my missus and my kid.
He's spiraling now.
This is where the fun goes.
This is very unfiltered, Andy.
Oh, he's gone. Look at that. He's still going.
Yeah, Andy, more people are logging on now.
Yeah, everyone's waking up now.
Obviously, they just banged the missus and she fell asleep. Or they banged the chap and he didn't come. It's like, oh, you know what? I've had shit sex for New Year's Eve. What's the airsoft community doing? Oh, fucking hell. Oh, God. Shit. The hardest part about the dance music community.
The dance music community.
Freudian slip here. The hardest part of the airsoft community is it's just like the dance music community. It's like, it's shit. I don't really give a shit about airsoft. I just want to like go to an event, get fucked, not turn up to the following game, enjoy myself, sleep the following one, and go home. You know,
You just need to come to NAE with me and the boys. Then. That's exactly what we do.
yeah, like I'm fucking.
I've never done an AE.
Do you know it's great fun? The
NAE
airsoft
is
shit.
brilliant. NAE is the
Great for a
best
social,
airsoft
I've
event
heard.
out there.
Hella
I'll
good
tell
for
you
a
what,
social.
You'll meet friends. You'll have a social. You'll eat some shit food. The airsoft won't mean anything, and it's like going to a pub where people don't think you're a dickhead for dressing like a soldier and buying fake guns. That's what NAE is about.
Yeah, it's not about the airsoft.
No, it's fuck all to do with the airsoft. It's like NAE. The first night of NAE, I ate a fucking bunch load of hash cakes, and I woke up.
You're not going to tell people about that band.
I didn't bring the hash cakes to the event. Somebody fed them to me because it's on my birthday. It's like, you know what? I don't want to shoot any of you guys. Why? Because you're safe. You know what I mean? You're all right. Tell you what, I'm going to walk around the forest and appreciate the nature. If you shoot me, good on you. Wow. The New Hampshire forest. Fucking brilliant this is. And then I had the gyros kebabs. I was like, wow, you know what? The airsoft shit, but the food and the alcohol was brilliant. I was like,
The pizza was good, to be fair.
yeah. I can't agree. The airsoft was so shit, but the event was so great. It was just brilliant. It was like, okay, so airsoft to me is like being at a local pub. You know, like you go to airsoft, you go to a local pub, and you're like, what's your pool rules? Okay, what's your last orders? And who's the dickheads in the pub? And that's what airsoft is about to me. It's like, listen. Okay, you know, I know you like this, but listen, when do you kick out? What do you allow? And when can I fuck off? That's airsoft. If you think airsoft's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, get all my battery sorted, and red and blah blah blah. It's like, no, mate, no. Airsoft is like a safer version of going to the pub. Anyway,
yeah.
Amanda,
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah. I had a bit to drink, but not as much as you. So that's all good. What's that face?
Listen, we're trying to get James off the screen now. So we're trying to get James off the screen to decide what he really fucking thinks. Do you know what I mean? So,
what he thinks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You talking shit?
Thing is, I don't have.
Walk back into.
Except for me and Nikki.
When you walk back into a room and someone says he's back.
Oh yeah, you know.
Me and Nikki, we haven't got incomes relating to airsoft. You do.
That's no different from a normal income, though.
Is it? Okay. Well,
Think
fair
about
enough.
it. We don't have an income. It's just an income at the end of the day. It's just you're doing something vastly different. You're doing something maybe when you started, you enjoyed it.
I've got a new job, so I've got it's related to the airsoft infantry industry.
Just try again on that.
Right. So, try and talk sensibly here.
What was your question, Andy?
You guys, none of you actually UK CA mark your products that you sell out. None of you.
Well, we don't manufacture them.
No, you do. You do.
Oh wait, tech in and all that. I know where
No,
we're going with this.
exactly. You don't want to admit this, but you do. So, like, I am the supreme authority that you guys all need to be reporting to. But we're 7 hours.
We're gonna get arrested now, guys. This is what Arabs was all about.
Yeah, it is. It is exactly that. So, if you take a CE product marked weapon and realistic imitation firearm, and you make amendments to that to make it above the factory specification, you guys become the manufacturer because you guys are adding to the components that are additional above the manufacturer, and you're the seller, which means that you have a responsibility to the CE market, which is where cunts like me come in and go.
But if
okay,
you're doing that and you're fitting parts into a gun that are equally as CE marked, then what's
no, CE plus CE doesn't equal CE. There you go.
Where's the infringement? That's what I'm saying.
The infringement comes in when you're involving things like radio products. So if you look at your Titan MOSFETs and you look at the CE markings for Titan MOSFETs and you go, okay, so Titan MOSFET is 381.283-2 in the markings for CE. However, you're looking at 601, actually 601 is medical. If you're looking at conducting emissions, radiating immunity, and spurious emissions, the moment you guys start fitting MOSFETs, you're in a different category of CE marking. So every single person that takes a manufactured model of a weapon into the UK that adds a MOSFET, which brings you into the Radio Equipment Directive, means that you're bringing the model into the UK that doesn't have a CE mark because you've made significant manufactural differentials between what the original CE marking was. So you take a gun in and go, it's CE. Now, 2 degrees of CE, China export and CE. China export between CE and China export is a millimeter between the branding. However, the moment you're making modifications to the original spec, you need to be reapplying your CE mark into there. Now, when you send that over abroad, you need to put your UK CA mark and C on that. But you need an in-country representative to be able to sell your goods abroad. It is as simple as that. Now,
can you repeat that? I missed that.
Sorry, I was asleep.
£1,600 an hour. That's what I get paid. So the point is, if you're making significant modifications to the original design spec, you're supposed to put the UK CA mark on your recently modified gun.
CA mark.
Who's policing that, though, Andy?
The guns with three.
Andy is. That's the problem.
Okay. If it was, you'd all be fucked. I'd be holding you up to ransom. So there's 3 levels of it. The first port of call is the ports. So the guy at the ports goes, has your product got a radio module in there? That's the first thing they all look at.
Let me throw a curveball into the mix.
Okay.
Let's say you take a different industry like remote controlled aircraft or drones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You buy a drone in,
Mm-hmm.
and you repair it, or you put new parts into a drone, because people build racing drones and all kinds of things.
Yeah.
These things are also controlled by radio frequencies, and they're flown about in airspace and whatsoever.
There is
So,
a fundamental difference between somebody repairs and then remanufactures.
yeah,
and
but
upgrades.
equally,
not
you could
upgrading,
take- you could take that drone and you could fit a motor that's got, a better rating, or you could fit a flight controller that's made by a different company. So you're in the same boat, but you're in a different industry. So I think
It's nothing to do with the industry. So
it's what it is, because who's chasing down the people that are modifying these drones, for example, and selling them more? Ofcom are.
Yeah.
Aren't they to do with television?
No.
They're to do with all radio frequencies. So from your telly to a handheld radio to your mobile phone.
Okay, so listen.
Police.
Let's get down to the T. Let's get down to the guy who runs Arrow's page is not a dickhead. Okay. So my biggest contract that I've won for 6 years is Ofcom. So I manage all the equipment that Ofcom calibrate and supply to monitor the RF spectrum. So what happens is, when you take a radio controlled aircraft, or you take a radio, and let's say you brought your Baofeng, whatever it is, this, that, the other. What happens is that Ofcom have what's called a Phil Fox 4923 analyzer, and what they do, they send out over 200 different engineers which monitor the frequency and the bands within the environment. So it's difficult when you're in a forest, because the likelihood of having somebody who's an Ofcom operative being in a forest looking for a particular frequency band is one thing. But if you turn up in a commercial environment where you're using frequencies that you're not licensed or attributed to, we can spot you a fucking million miles away. So that's the lower end of what I do. So that's like
my argument would be this could be applied to any and all industries. Just for example,
It is.
Let's take the distraction device market in airsoft. Those that use distraction devices, impact grenades, this, that, and the other. 90% or 95% of the devices out there on the market have not been proofed by the proof house.
Yeah,
So,
but
listen. The TRMR, for instance, that's been sold. Just listen to what I got to say.
Okay.
So the TRMR, for instance, at a point when a certain retailer was selling it, wasn't proofed, and the proof house had not, given the go ahead that this thing is, safe for sale. I'm not going to go into ins and outs of it because I don't fully understand it, but said proof house knows about certain retailer said that sold these thousands of these devices that aren't technically safe for sale, if you want to call it that. And they know about it and they're doing nothing about it. So what are the chances that Ofcom are going to walk into an airsoft shop and say, well, on the 20th of August this year, you fitted a MOSFET into a gun? I can't see it happening.
They're two different sciences. In that one breath, you've talked about two different sciences.
But I would see the distraction device and the proof house, because proof house, they verify firearms and the kind of different stuff. I would find that more, crucial.
I'd find that more concerning than taking an airsoft gun. Yeah, I get what you mean with that.
You're wrong. You're wrong, and you're wrong. So you're both fundamentally wrong. So you talk about a grenade is to do with decibel value and to do with impact of sound decibel value. But Ofcom are not interested in whether your sound infringes upon the spectrum.
I know that Ofcom are not interested in distraction devices, but what I'm saying is certain authorities know that distraction devices have been sold practically illegally.
Okay, so what's the difference between the dog barking loudly and a grenade going on? Ofcom are interested in whether your MOSFETs interfere with other frequencies.
I don't think Ofcom even know what an airsoft MOSFET is.
Yeah, they fucking do.
Do they?
Yes, 100% they do.
So what I think, Andy, I think what James is trying to get at is obviously in regards to like the proof house and obviously Ofcom. The proof house isn't necessarily doing anything about the manufacturer, say like the tremor grenades, for example, because they don't see it as a necessary threat. Why would then Ofcom be considering regulating things like airsoft techs when there are obviously bigger companies out there, multi-million-pound industries which are manufacturing things which Ofcom would be more
Put
concerned about?
simply, because first of all, you don't understand the RF spectrum. You don't understand it. You put MOSFETs into guns that shoot BBs, and so do you. Okay. The moment you introduce a MOSFET, which is Bluetooth, and it emits a radio frequency, that has an effect or combines with an effect on other pieces of equipment. So
why would a MOSFET need to transmit a radio frequency?
Because it does.
Yeah, they do. It's
I
well,
thought
it's like
that
the
when,
whole thing with like
Okay,
certain radios.
More radio frequencies interfering with MOSFETs.
Okay, so James, I work, and I might get sacked for this, so I don't give a fucking piss. I work in the Tempest industry. So Tempest is an environment where if your laptop isn't Tempest protected, I can tell what you're typing on your laptop based on what key you're typing at that particular time, because the frequency that you're emitting on your laptop will determine what you're typing. So let's say you don't attach your laptop to the power grid and you've only got on the internet. I can attach your power supply to the national grid and understand what keys you're typing on your laptop without you being on the internet on the national grid, because everything that you do carries a frequency and a frequency fluctuation. So you take that away from whatever the fuck you're doing. You put that into a MOSFET. People in fucking Titan make a MOSFET, and it goes from 100 megahertz up to 400 megahertz. Okay, so when it's talking from a Bluetooth perspective, from 100 to 400 megahertz, it's okay. But their MOSFET bleeds over into a certain amount of frequencies, and those frequencies are isolated for military use. So DEFCON, from DEFSTAN and MILSTAN, they go, if you're making that equipment, it interferes with military frequencies. So people who make radios, missiles, Terminators, whatever the fuck they want, they come to me and turn around and say, if I put this into the middle of a field, would you be able to pick it up? And I go, yes. The problem with MOSFETs is, with PTTs, is that when you have a shit Baofeng radio and it's got a huge amount of fucking power behind it, the frequency that it emits from, which is the reason why Ofcom don't like fucking Baofeng radios, is when you're emitting a certain frequency and a certain frequency range with a certain amount of power value, it interferes with the rest of the spectrum. And that's why Ofcom turn around and go, this is why your PTT, when you touch it, fucks up with your MOSFET. And they go, why? Because your MOSFET is operating at a frequency which is incompatible with your PTT. So that's the reason why people have pressed their PTTs in airsoft and they've affected their fucking MOSFET or their gun, and it's shot in a safe zone.
Yeah,
Well,
there was
perhaps-
a video about that.
You wouldn't understand that.
Perhaps we need a whole stream just on this topic, Andy, and then you can better explain it to me. Because
No, they wouldn't, because they've been spending like 4 years at RF and fucking EMC design. But that is the fundamental reason, and it's the fundamental reason why.
I'm not arguing with you what's right or what's wrong. No way am I insinuating that. But what I'm saying is, are these companies actually
They're going to come
take-
after people? Yeah.
I think there's bigger fish to fry than an airsoft tech that's putting a MOSFET into a gun that's probably not even registered. I mean, yes, they're going to chase the businesses first, but I honestly think, companies that are, sort of criticizing airsoft companies are more interested in whether you're supplying a 3-pin plug to a LiPo charger than what a MOSFET's doing.
Yeah, but
you're radio frequency.
You're thinking in the here and now. You let that, and that's exactly how.
That's because I'm living in the here and now.
Yeah, but that's exactly how everybody comes to me. They come to me and they turn around and say, I'm going to EMC and RF design my MOSFET. And they go, okay, yeah, this is that, the other. And I go, okay, but is your MOSFET or your RF design going to interfere with everything else on the spectrum? And in the military MOD market and the mil standard market, because there's two separate parts of it. There's def stand 59 4.11 and there's mil stand 461. And until you're intervening in those frequency ranges, no one will give a fuck. But Ofcom do. Yeah. So how I got into this was like broadcasting digital fucking raves. Yeah, if you don't understand why your MOSFETs are fucking up your electronic equipment, or why your fucking barrel radios are interjecting with the rest of the community, you guys are all like in fucking some small talk. You really are.
Quick one. Call sign Dragon. I think this is Corey. I can never say his surname, Corey, so I'm not going to try. Yes, that is why you technically need a license for your frequency. That's Corey. You've played with
radios and licenses. But people from Ofcom have told multiple airsofters that they couldn't care less about them using radio being used. That's not the fucking case, because I calibrate every single piece of equipment that the fucking Ofcom use. It is that. If you think that the danger to airsoft is pricing and all that shit, it's not. It's
like I said, you've misinterpreted what I've said to you. I'm not saying that you're wrong, by all means, because you probably understand this stuff far more better than I do. What I'm saying is, are these companies actually going to be coming to airsoft retailers for this problem, or are there bigger fish for them to fry?
Okay, so what happens is,
surely if this was so much of an issue, they'd have sent an email or a letter or something to it.
Stop. So this is where it comes. When you're importing from the US or you're importing from China, as a result of Brexit, before it comes into the UK does what? Says let's have an analytic version of your declaration of conformity. And your declaration of conformity before it comes into port is, are you compliant with the radio equipment directive, or are you compliant with the EMC directive? So in my industry, everybody who has never CE marked their equipment based on EMC is doing it now. Literally everyone. And I tried to stress this 6 months ago. People thought, oh my God, this guy is talking some tech speak. If you want to know why your shit isn't coming through ports, it's because it's got a CE mark against it, which could either be China export or CE mark, but they've never done any EMC tests against it. And there's only 3 manufacturers in the whole of the fucking world that have EMC tested a gun. Only 3. But I'm just a madman I'm just talking on EMC channel.
You know what I'd say to do? I'm going to say to get all this stuff together.
I do every day. It's part of my job.
On the next stream, we'll talk specifically about this, and you can tell me exactly what should be happening.
To be fair, I think that would be quite an interesting one, because I think a lot of people don't necessarily know about the whole issue. Why Baofengs are such a buzzword for licensing and frequencies.
Every retailer, every distributor, and every retailer has complained about getting things through ports. What the fuck do you think that's about?
That's that. I don't think that's the issue that they're running into on this.
It's the fact that they're normally guns and things, which is.
Are you sure?
It's the issue at the ports at the moment. Which a lot of people.
Are you fucking sure?
Let me say what I'm going to say.
No, you're not sure, because plenty of people have been getting guns and ammunition through the fucking ports.
You're cutting me off before I even got a chance to say anything. The reason why the ports are struggling at the moment is just due to the amount of people or companies or whatever bringing containers into the country.
It's
and at the moment, especially like what's it? I can't remember the name of the port.
No. Listen.
Andy, let me speak.
Stop.
Let me speak.
What gets things to the port?
I can give you cold hard facts now as to what's holding up a lot of shipments into the UK.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the government storing containers worth of PPE in the ports This is a fact, Andy. This is a fact.
There was over 10,000 shipping containers in the port blocking shit at the moment.
And it's just backlogging everything because they can't get it into the ports. That's the thing.
Whatever. Go onto my LinkedIn. Go onto my LinkedIn and see who I work for. Okay. Go onto my LinkedIn, and my company that I work for imports 75% of the PCR kits into the UK.
But this isn't about radios. I'm talking about like products in general, like shipments.
General
You don't
importation
have,
at the moment is
because you
due
don't
to everything
have,
just getting bottlenecked.
because you don't have a declaration of conformity.
It's not
That's
that.
it.
It's not that.
It is. It is. I know it's hard.
It's not hard.
It is hard.
It's going on. It's 1:30.
No, it's not that late yet. I'm going to probably start drinking in a fucking minute.
Oi, you Cornish dickhead! You're supposed to be drinking from day one.
Right. Thank you all for joining the stream. Honestly, it made New Year's Eve less boring than what it probably would be because we probably just would have sat in TV.
100%.
Let's hope 2021 brings some good stuff and
more shite, more toxic.
let's hope this new vaccine does exactly what it says we can do, and we can actually get out to an airsoft field and have some fun. So, cheers.
Anymore. I bet you're all good. Oi, what's paintball like?
Work. Right, thanks for joining, guys. So
Happy New Year.
New returns for the new year. It's good to you, and we'll see.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Andy's staying on by himself.
Nah, I'll be up, Andy. We'll jump on.
He's going to go back on another.
Hey, I'll still be carrying on with the Arab stream. Fuck you.
Well, Andy, Josh, Nick, Jenny, and Kurt, thanks for joining. And
always a pleasure, man.
Right.
Oi, Nick Tate, keep driving them vans, bro.
See you later.
See you later.
Okay.
Bye.
James is obviously having sex after this.
You don't want to.
Okay, James is getting pegged after this.
Apparently, I'm getting pegged after this.
Nah.
Oi, James brought this through the climatic close because James looking for some deep dick into his asshole.
And on that bombshell, see you in the next episode.
Yeah, oi, edit this. You're getting pegged.
If you say so, Andy. If you say so.
Yeah. Oi,
make sure you hydrate. Make sure you hydrate.
Discussion. Oi, leave it open. Bow out. You got pegged.
See you later, guys.
Amanda fucked you hard.
Ciao for now.
Getting personal now.